The board will now come to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus, Alderwoman Middlebrook, Alderman Bosley, Alderwoman Evans, Alderman Page, Alderwoman Ingracia, Alderman Coder, Alderwoman Rice, Alderman Gunther, Alderman Vollmer, Alderman Lappy, Alderman Stevens, Alderwoman Schweitzer, Alderwoman Howard, Alderman Oldenburg, Alderwoman Peel, Alderman Todd, Alderwoman Davis, Alderwoman Spencer, Alderwoman Keys, Alderwoman Walker, Alderman Vaccaro, Alderman Narayan, Alderman Cone, Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, Alderwoman Boyd, Alderman Gross, President Green,
Present.
Alderwoman Tyus, Alderwoman Middlebrook, Alderman Bosley, Alderwoman Evans, Alderwoman Ingracia, Alderman Coder, Alderman Stevens, Alderwoman Howard, Alderwoman Peel, Alderwoman Davis, Alderwoman Spencer. 19 present, you have quorum.
A quorum being present, we will be led in prayer. Almighty God, source of all authority, we humbly ask guidance in our deliberations and wisdom in our conclusions. Amen. We will dispense with line item 3. Any introduction of honored guests? Any introduction of honored guests? Alderman from the 23rd.
So, yes, as always, I'd like to have my good friend Greg Meyer as my honored guest.
Any other introduction? Alderwoman from the 8th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I would like to have as my honored guest this morning my good friend Rachel D'Souza Siebert, my Aunt Vicky, and any other woman who has dealt with heart disease in their life, and heart disease. We know that it's a major killer of women, and that's why a lot of us are wearing red today in support of women's heart health and awareness for heart health. So please take care of yourselves, ladies, and advocate for those in your community that need more health care. Thank you.
Any further introduction of honored guests? Alderwoman from the 26th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I would like to have as my honored guest my big brother, Todd Irons L. up in the galley, and also I would like to wish one of my best friends in the world, Janija Williams, happiest birthday, sis. I love you. See you later.
Any further introduction of honored guests? Alderwoman from the 14th.
I don't know if this is appropriate this time, but I'd like to have a moment of silence for the 2 police officers that were gravely injured in the line of duty late last night.
Yes.
If we could do that now or whenever you deem appropriate, Madam President.
Yes, let's go ahead and take a moment of silence for the officers who were shot last night. Please bow our heads. Any further introduction of honored guests? Any further introduction of honored guests? Approval of the minutes. Alderman from the 25th, you are recognized on the approval of the minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we approve our meeting minutes from Friday, January 27th, 2023.
Do I hear a second? The Alderman from the 16th. It's been moved by the Alderman from the 25th, seconded by the Alderman from the 16th. Alderman, you may proceed. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Report of city officials.
Report of city officials can be found in A, B, and C of the agenda and has been placed in the Alderman's mailboxes.
Let's dispense with line item 7. Informal calendar. Does anyone want to take any bills or resolutions off of any of our informal calendars? Does Anyone wish to take any bills or resolutions off of any of our informal calendars? Alderman from the 5th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I wish to remove Board Bill 93 from the informal calendar and place it on the regular perfection.
Madam Clerk, please make note of that and place Board Bill number 93 at the end of the regular perfection calendar.
So noted.
Anyone else wish to take any bills or resolutions off our informal calendar? Seeing none, first reading of board bills. We will dispense with line item 11. Reference to committees, we will also dispense with line item 12, second reading and report of standing committees.
The following board bill was reported out of Transportation and Commerce with a due pass recommendation. Board Bill 189, introduced by Alderman Cone, an ordinance recommended and approved by the Airport Commission, the Board of Public Service, the Board of Estimate and Apportionment, establishing and authorizing a public works and improvement program at St. Louis Lambert International Airport, providing for and consisting of capital improvement projects as more fully described in attached Exhibit A entitled Fiscal Year 2023-2024 Project List, containing a severability clause. The following board bill was reported out of Public Safety with a due pass recommendation. Board Bill 137, Committee Sub as amended, sponsored by Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, an ordinance to provide for independent investigation of law enforcement misconduct and use of force incidents and repealing ordinance number 71556 and enacting in lieu thereof a new ordinance that reconstitutes and provide staff support for the Civilian Oversight Board and provide coordination and staff support for the Detention Facility Oversight Board created under Ordinance 71430 and establishing the Division of Civilian Oversight within the Department of Safety and authorizes the establishment of the Public Integrity Unit directed by the Circuit Attorney in the City of St. Louis. The following board bill was reported out of the Transition to 14 Ward Special Committee. Board Bill 183, Committee Sub as amended, sponsored by President Green, an ordinance revising and amending ordinance number 62885, which imposed a 1.5% sales tax, known as capital improvement sales tax, on all retail sales made in the City of St. Louis, which are subject to taxation under the provisions of Section 144010 to 144.525 Revised Statutes of Missouri, providing for the allocation of such funds for a purpose of funding capital improvement, including allocation for ward capital improvement. So the allocations for ward capital improvement for each ward shall be based upon each ward's needs, such to be determined pursuant to an annual analysis conducted by the St. Louis Development Corporation of the following 6 data points of each ward: median income, medium household income, poverty rate, education attainment, unemployment rate, crime rate, and vacant parcel ward, and containing a severability clause. The following board bill was reported out of Convention and Tourism with the due pass recommendation. Board Bill 130, introduced by Alderman Coder and Alderman Stevens, an ordinance recommended by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment and the Board of Public Service, authorizing and directing a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $30 million in the annual city budget established by Ordinance number 71505, approved June 30th, 2022, for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2022, and ending June 30th, 2023, for the deposit into project fund of the St. Louis Municipal Finance Corporation Leasehold Revenue Bond Series 2020 for continuing improvements to the Cervantes Convention Center owned by the City of St. Louis, Missouri, and containing an emergency clause. The following board bill was reported out of HUDs with a due pass recommendation. Board Bill 64, introduced by Alderman Cone, President Green, Alderman Gunther, and Alderman Stevens. An ordinance approving policies and procedures in connection with consideration of development proposals, amending ordinance number 71504 and containing a severability and an emergency clause. The following board bill was reported out of legislation with the due pass recommendation. Board Bill 162, introduced by Alderman Stevens, Alderwoman Rice, and Alderwoman Schweitzer. An ordinance repealing Chapter 3.06.010 of the Revised Code of the City of St. Louis 2020 pertaining to the election of members of the Board of Aldermen and their terms of office, which is a restatement of and subordinate to the provisions of Article 2, Section 3 of the city's charter. That's the extent of second reading and report of standing committees.
Report of special committees.
Madam President,
Yes.
on Section 13, it should be a report out of HUDs for Board Bill 64, Committee Substitute as amended, not Board Bill 64.
So noted. Thank you.
Report of special committees.
We have none.
I think we have the resolution from Public Safety.
Oh, I thought we were doing that on the second, on the. It doesn't go to resolutions, it's just a. Okay. Just a second. Report from the Public Safety Committee, Resolution 172, Crime Prevention Programs.
Okay, Perfection Consent Calendar.
Board Bill 138, introduced by Alderman Bosley, an ordinance approving a redevelopment plan dated September 27, 2022 for the 1423, 1435 Mallinckrodt Street area in the city of St. Louis. Board Bill 155, introduced by Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, an ordinance approving a redevelopment plan dated November 15, 2022 for the 5262 Maple Avenue area. Board Bill 131, introduced by Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, an ordinance recommended by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment authorizing the Director of the Department of Public Safety or his designee on behalf of the City of St. Louis to enter into U.S. Department of Justice 2021 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant Agreement to accept funds awarded, appropriating said funds, and authorizing the Department of Public Safety to expend and appropriate funds for allowed purposes and contain an emergency clause. Board Bill 160, introduced by Alderman Cone, an ordinance recommended and approved by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment, authorizing and directing the Director of Airports, Comptroller of the City of St. Louis, owner and operator of St. Louis Lambert International Airport, to enter into and execute on behalf of the city the 8th amended and restated concession agreement with Host International, Inc., containing a severability clause. Board Bill 161, introduced by Alderman Cone, an ordinance recommended and approved by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment, authorizing and directing the Director of Airports and the Comptroller of the City of St. Louis, owner and operator of St. Louis Lambert International Airport, to enter into and execute a lease agreement between the city and GoJet Airlines LLC containing a severability clause and containing an emergency clause. Board Bill 159, introduced by Alderwoman Ingracia, an ordinance recommended by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment authorizing the Director of the Department of Human Services on behalf of the City of St. Louis to enter into and execute an agreement in substantially the same form as Exhibit A attached hereto with the Mid-America Regional Council for the purpose of St. Louis Area Agency on Aging staff and subcontractors providing certain home and community-based services, which include teaching health classes to individuals identified by partners, including data collection, monitoring, reporting, and containing an emergency clause. Board Bill 176, introduced by Alderwoman Ingracia, an ordinance recommended by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment appropriating funds received December 15, 2022 by the City of St. Louis pursuant to the Distributor Settlement Agreement entered into by and between the settling states, settling distributors, and participating subdivisions to the Department of Health, authorizing the expenditures of such funds to the extent received, authorizing contracts and other documents to expend such funds to the extent received, and contain an emergency clause. Board Bill 144, introduced by Alderwoman Peel, an ordinance recommended by the Board of Public Service to vacate a portion of air rights over Barnes Hospital beginning 243.01 feet east of Kings Highway and extending eastward 50 feet in the city of St. Louis, Missouri, is hereinafter described, and authorizing a construction of a portion of a structure in the vacant area under certain conditions and certain terms and conditions. Board Bill 164, Committee Sub, introduced by Alderman Odenberg, an ordinance establishing the St. Louis Hills Special Business District pursuant to Section 71.9790 through 71.808 of the Revised Statutes of Missouri, and setting its boundaries, tax rate, initial rate of levy, subject to the approval of qualified voters, and uses to which tax revenue may be put, creating a Board of Commissioners, and containing the severability, effectiveness, and emergency clauses. That's the extent of perfection consent calendar.
Alderman from the 25th, you're recognized on the motion to adopt the perfection consent calendar.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we adopt our perfection consent calendar.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 25th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 4th, that we adopt the perfection consent calendar. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Board bills for perfection.
Board Bill 182, Committee Sub as amended, introduced by Alderman Narayan, an ordinance adopting the Uniform Plumbing Code 2015 edition in full except as it conflicts with the changes thereto contained herein as the plumbing code of the City of St. Louis, repealing ordinance number 69255, and containing a penalty clause, severability clause, a savings clause, an emergency clause, and a codification clause.
Alderman from the 24th, you are recognized on the perfection of Board Bill number 182, committee substitute as amended.
Thank you, President Green. I would move that we perfect Board Bill number 182, committee sub, as amended.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 24th, seconded by the Alderman from the 10th, that we perfect Board Bill number 182, committee substitute as amended. Alderman, you may proceed.
Well, I don't want to drag this out too far because I know that this is seemingly this board's favorite topic. Over the last few years, we have spent a lot of time discussing plumbing codes. There were competing plumbing codes. I think that that is partially why we were unable to unstick the plumbing codes. I've had calls from constituents that have let me know that the testing isn't happening at the frequency that it should because we've failed to update our plumbing codes. So people are getting these 6 months interim licensures, but then they're not able to take the test and they are not sure what the next step to do is. They're calling me, and I'm sure some of you, and saying, listen, we just need to update this plumbing code. This is the IPC, or excuse me, this is the UPC, which is the plumbing code that is preferred by the men and women who work on the ground doing this. It is the most standard code in the region. It would keep us in line with St. Louis County and other outlying areas. And with that, I ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you.
Further discussion, Alderwoman from the 1st.
Madam President and members of the board, if the Alderman from the 24th would yield.
Absolutely.
Alderman, the plumbing code is administered by the Health Department?
I believe that it's the building division, I believe.
Building division?
I believe.
So all the codes and regulations are under the building division?
I believe so.
And where was this bill assigned?
In committee, it was assigned to health.
And so my question to you as a lawyer is, do you believe in the rules and fairness?
I do.
Okay, so if we have Rule 2 of the Board of Aldermen that says the president shall assign bills to appropriate committees and refer bills when ready to the engrossment rules. Rule 2, I was going to tell you guys all of this when I tried to tell the president she was not sending it to the correct committee, but we'll do it on the floor. I don't go away. Just read Rule 2, Section 1, last line. I'll walk you through all of it.
Okay, I'm reading it. Okay.
What does it say?
Rule 2, Section 1.
Does it say they shall assign bills to appropriate committees and refer bills, blah, blah, blah? Is that what it says?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a lawyer, what does shall mean?
Means that you should.
It's mandatory, right?
Typically, yes.
Permissive is may. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
Permissive is may. Is that correct?
Yes.
But shall is mandatory.
Typically, yes.
Yes. Okay, now I don't know anything. Typically, it is mandatory. You shall do this. It's mandatory. So, okay, let's go on to, what's the next thing? The rules of the Board of Aldermen. Okay. Reference Rule 57. Does that require, and I want you to get there. You know me to be a rules person, don't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Even when the rules are against me, I will say if I'm wrong.
Yes,
but if
ma'am.
I'm right, I never give up because I don't like cheating.
Sure, sure.
And this is cheating that just happened. And it's hypocrisy when you criticize a previous person for it and then you do the same thing. And
Well,
it's not you, the person who did it. Are you at Rule 57?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I just hit my, okay. Rule 57 says, just hit it and it left. But it basically says that the president has to assign something to committee so that the clerk can announce it by the second reading. And I had it right there in front of me. I don't know what I did with it, okay. Oh, 59, I'm sorry. Or is it 50? Just so I hit the. Is it 57? I was right. It says, on the second day before the date on which a bill is to be formally introduced, example Wednesday for Friday meetings, the original bill shall be given to the president of the Board of Aldermen for committee assignment. Is that what it says?
Yes, ma'am.
And then it says, the president shall make these assignments in a timely manner so that they may be announced by the clerk no later than the second subsequent regular meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know that for all these years I've been down here, that has meant, besides that the clerk doesn't formally get up and announce it, although they do that too, but they also put it on line 12 of reference to committee. Are you familiar with that?
I can't speak for all the years that you've been here.
But the ones that you've been here?
Yes, yes.
Well, I've been here longer than everybody.
Absolutely.
So I actually can testify to
Sure,
it. And if
sure.
I have to, I can pull up agenda after agenda after agenda. Okay? And so that means so that if the president is wrong, the reason why that is wrong there, so when the president is doing something wrong, that we can challenge her and make sure that she's following, or him, following the rules. But you know what happened when this bill was referred to committee? It wasn't on the agenda. How is that?
I
You know?
believe that is because this came in with a kind of a flurry of other bills where we suspended the rules to introduce them.
No, but when you assign them, you still have to then verbally say that they are being assigned, and you put them on the agenda the next day, so you know, next time, so you know where they have been assigned. There, no place that this board bill appear on the agenda in violation of our rules. Okay.
I can't speak to that.
You don't have
I didn't
to.
prepare the
I'm
agendas.
speaking to it. I'm speaking to it because I have a copy of the agenda, and it was not on our agenda, as if to hide it from us, and it was not announced out loud. And when I asked the president if she was assigning it to the health committee and told her that it was not, I also said, here, I got the rules right here because I've been had this. Let me read it to you. You cannot sign it to health committee. So far, our rules have said, let me tell you what the next thing is, the committees. We have standing committees. One of the standing committees is the Public Safety Committee.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that is Rule 15. I want you to look at it.
All right.
Subsection 11.
All right. I'm on it.
And it says the Public Safety Committee shall consider all matters pertaining to the Department of Public Safety, the Police Department, Corrections, Excise Laws and Regulators, the Fire Department, the Division of Building and Inspection, and the City Emergency Management Agency, SEMA. Is that what it says?
It does, but I believe that this could also have
I
gone
didn't ask
to
you what
public
you believed. I
utilities
asked you,
or
I'm
health
sorry, sir.
or.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you, is that what it says?
Yes.
And you will get time to tell me what you believe. Okay. So, you just spoke to that we had this go back and forth for a lot of times about the plumbing code and mechanics, right?
Yes, yes.
And all the time since you've been here, where has that bill been assigned to?
It's typically been assigned to public safety, is my
Typically?
recollection.
When you say typically, can you give me something that was not always assigned to public safety?
I wasn't always on public safety,
I said,
so I'm not
since
sure.
you've been here.
I'm saying I don't know because I wasn't always on
But
public safety.
anything that, since you've been on public safety, where has it been?
So when I've been on public safety, the plumbing code's been in public safety, other than most recently when it was in health.
Uh-huh. And so one of the things that we have our rules for is so the president follows the rules and doesn't go forum shopping. And so also it's so that we don't have people getting campaign donations during campaign season, and then they're going and shopping around, be it the president, you, or me. Let me say that. That is so we do not get into the trouble that we tend to get into when we're trying to push something that is not correct. I don't have any further questions for you right now. If the alderman from the 23rd would yield, please.
Would the alderman from the 23rd yield to the alderwoman from the 1st for questions?
Yes, I would.
Alderwoman, you may proceed.
Alderman, how long have you been the chair of public safety now? Do you know?
Chair for at least 8 years.
And how long have you been on public safety?
14 years.
Okay, and so before I was racially gerrymandered, I left here at the Public Safety Committee. I was the chair, okay? And so, in all the time that you've been the chair of the Public Safety Committee, have you ever known any kind of plumbing bill or anything that had to do with a building division like this? Now, I'm not talking about lead remediation, which is maybe could be a health matter, but something where the building division actually has to do the inspections and things. Have you ever known it to be to anything except for public safety?
It's always been in public safety, and both the UPC and IPC code has always been brought up at the same time, and that's as long as I've been around, that's been that way.
So we had difficulties in getting the bills out. When we did get one bill out, it got killed on the floor. We then brought another bill back, and then they came with another bill. We now know one of the aldermen who are no longer with us was involved in some shady things with that bill. But as the chair, did you give a fair hearing to both bills?
Yes, that I can tell you. Both bills, we had people come in and speak on both bills. That's a fact.
Okay, so there was no thing of you denying a public hearing?
No. In fact,
And-
we had a lot of hearings on it.
And so that meant that both sides could come and speak their piece, is that correct?
Yes.
And they brought, we heard all kind of testimony, right?
We did days and days of
Right.
testimony, and what came about was, at least what seemed to come about was a very split, one way and the other. It just never really could get a solid, we felt this was better than that. We felt that there should have been compromise between the two bills. We felt that the union should have sat down with the building division, and we felt there could have been something much better with some compromise.
And so this union, which is plumbing and pipe fitters, they have a split going on in their very own union, don't they?
Yeah, one's IPC and one's UPC, yes.
The very same union. You have one that's IPC and one that's UPC.
Yeah, but they say there's a difference, but they say that the plumbers are, it says plumbers and pipe fitters, they say they're separate.
Oh, they say it's not the same union, do they?
But I mean, just what they say.
Okay, so, and what has happened, what has happened with the Board of Aldermen is a lot of black aldermen have not supported the bill that the alderman from the 24th is carrying. Isn't that correct?
Yes, and that seemed to be, the bigger contention was minority participation, and certainly that seems to be where this seems to have lied.
Actually, when I ran for office, I ran on making sure that there was proper minority participations in all things. The first thing happened to me when I became the chair of the Public Safety Committee was that I was approached by the plumbers and pipe fitters, and they wanted to tell me some things of what shouldn't happen. They didn't have anybody black. All of a sudden, they elevated somebody black to come talk to me and drive me around about what should happen. That wasn't good enough for me because they weren't, all the years I had been down there, they had not kept their promises about inclusion with black people in their unions, okay? If you go on their, you've been on their web page? Have you been on there?
Yeah, I have, yes.
Okay, and so we know that they don't have many black people running anything. In fact, they got one black person here and there, but they don't have any black people running anything. Is that a fair assessment?
Well, I don't know if I've looked that close, but in their leadership.
Their leadership, okay, let me be more specific. In their leadership, there's one black there.
He is, and I will admit that I was somewhat disappointed when I had my little brother who worked very hard all the way through high school, and he's black, and when I said I have a very good candidate, I was told he should maybe go join the Navy, which he did, and actually he's serving our country pretty well.
Okay, so I want to say that so that people know, My name is Tyus. There was one of the first black state reps in the state of Missouri was someone named Leroy Tyus. And he was very close connected to the plumbers and pipe fitters. And so when I came into politics, it was him, it was Bill Clay who was connected. But what they said to me was that you go down there and make sure they keep their promises. You make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to. I served 12 years as the Alderwoman from the 20th Ward. It was no different from year 1 to year 12. When I came back here 10 years later, it was probably worse when you're talking about minority participation. So that is why the black aldermen said, no, we're no longer going to support you. Well, that was one of the reasons. You haven't done what you said you were going to do with minority participation. Right now, you cannot keep sending that one black person to me and say that's minority participation. That is not minority participation. That's that one black person that you hired to lobby the Board of Aldermen so that you can say, look, we got a black person. That is not what any kind of participation should be about. If it's women's participation, minority, gay rights, whatever, when you're talking about really including people, it doesn't include 30 years of one black person and you hire him as a lobbyist. Do you think that's a fair assessment, that that's not enough people to be in their union?
No, I felt the leadership could do better on minority participation. I mean, that was my feeling based off of, my friends that are here. And, the other thing, the head of the building division was certainly felt that there were issues within this.
That's my next question. So we both all know who's the head of the building division. They have to go over these rules and regulations, and they have to, and so the building division would be in charge of these, the new plumbing code. Is that correct?
Yes, that'd be correct.
So I heard the sponsor say, well, this is what the people want. This was what they want. So never mind what the person who is actually in charge of regulating the codes, inspection and stuff like that, this is what they want. And so that would be okay if they could get the majority of the board to say, we don't care about minority participation. We don't care if you guys, black people, get on that board or not. We're just glad that white people got jobs, and we don't want no black people to have any jobs. We don't want any black people to be in charge of any of the committees and things that's going on. That's okay if that's what they want to do. But what I'm not okay with, because then I can call them who they are and the names that they deserve. Okay, what I am very uncomfortable with and don't like is when people try to cheat our rules and try to send a bill to some place it doesn't belong, and then they try to act like that's okay. It's not okay. Besides our rules, you have long established rules and policies and procedures of how things have gone. And so there's no reason to think. I've served with Tom Villa, Francis Slay, Shrewsbury, Lewis Reed, what's that guy that's from the 10th Ward, President Vollmer, and now the current president. None of the other presidents sent this bill to the health committee when you had something like this. They all went to public safety, no matter who the chair was and what they didn't like about how the chair handled their business. And because the president could always come themselves, they always could pack the committees. But what they didn't do is shop around trying to prevent people from doing the job that they were assigned with in the committee. It's kind of like if we sent cement breaking to youth and health, or what is it, youth, whatever the last thing, youth and education matters. You don't do that. But yet in this new presidency, this new fiefdom, queendom, not only do you do that and you don't want people to know and you don't put it so that people can see it, but then when somebody calls you on it, because a point of order was absolutely in the proper form, was to be able to say at that point, this is not right. What I don't understand is why the health committee chair had a meeting about public safety. She would not like that if somebody did that about health, and I would be right here standing with her saying that is not right. But she went along because we got this little group of people that I want to say is still doing the same thing, that they were so critical. I heard them say, oh, it was toxic when the former president was here. I feel like it's toxic now. When you do not follow the rules, that is toxic. That is cheating. As a black female, I like to know the rules because I like to know how it works so I can make sure I do it and follow the rules. When you criticize other people saying they're doing this stuff, when you almost get put off the board of aldermen about making some comments about a black alderman, and then you come right into office and all you do is now you want to have it your way. You don't want to follow the rules. You want to change everything. And then your answer to when people challenge you is, I'm the president. The president is not the king or the queen of the Board of Aldermen. They are to follow the rules just like you and I. Is that a fair statement, Alderman from the 24th Ward? Should the president also have to follow the rules?
Oh, you said 24th.
I'm sorry,
Ward.
23rd. I'm so sorry.
No, I believe that, you know, I have other concerns, like no one from the building division was asked to show up at that meeting, but that's
So that's, I'm
concerns.
going to ask the health chairperson if she would yield after that. I also am concerned about that, because if they're going to have to make sure this plumbing code is done correctly, they're going to make sure that all the rules are followed. I don't understand why no one from the building division was brought unless we got a political agenda that we're just going to push this through no matter what. Do you think that Board Bill 182 committee substitute as amended should have gone to the Health Committee?
No, you know, what probably only aggravates me a little, I voted on the floor. It wouldn't have even gone this far, but I was the 18th vote to allow this to be heard, feeling like it would go to public safety and we could at least hear from both sides, even though there was only one bill being presented. And I really, from the beginning of all this, for the last 8 years, I just want them to come up with something that's fair. I see that, I'm not even going to go there, but I'd love to see the alderman's text that's going on, but that's okay. You know, I sit here and I get flustered, and you know, I'm just going to watch what I say. I do feel it should have came to the public safety. I do believe it would have received a fair hearing, and you know, so whatever. I'm at that whatever point.
Okay, I don't want to put you on the spot
No,
anymore.
I'm going to vote to perfect it. I am at the whatever. You know,
Okay.
apparently if you get money, you'll vote for this.
So that really
I'm just-
concerns me, what you just said. That is very concerning to me. So here's what I'm going to ask. In your opinions, do our rules allow for a bill such as this to be sent to Health Committee?
No.
And when I got up and the president felt that she was the Queen of Sheba and turned my mic off because I told her these were the rules that didn't allow her, do you think that was the proper method to address a point of order?
No, it wasn't. And I know that our past president did that in the past, and I jumped on him about that too. You don't do that. It's not fair. It's not right.
Do you know me to be a rules person?
Absolutely, yes.
And if I believe the rules are against me, will I say out in public and loud, that's wrong, I'm wrong, and this is the rule?
No, in fact, you had said that at the last meeting when you thought the number was
Correct.
different.
But that's what the president ought to do too. That's why we have people to do point of orders, not just try to have her way like a child stamping her foot. I am more irritated because this particular union has been as racist as they want to be. Yes, I'm saying you've been racist. You know you have. When you send that one black person to me, that's racist. You mean in 30 years I can't see anything more than one black person that shows up to lobby me? That's not a good record. But I'm also equally irritated that we in public safety did not get a chance to talk about this. It wasn't a competing bill. The president put more people on public safety. She could have come, but I don't like form shopping. I think that's a manner and a way to cheat. And she didn't like it either when she was an alderperson. But now that she's the president, seems like she likes it now. The very thing that she was criticizing the former president from doing, she's doing. That's hypocritical. hypocritical to me. And then turning my mic off because you don't want to hear me, that's hypocritical. I'm never going to get along with anybody that cheats and violates the rules. It's not for me to do, and it's not for anybody else. We can change our rules. Is that right?
Well, yeah, and yes, there's a
And we
proper way
have
to do it,
before.
yeah.
And we added things that they wanted. And one of the things, they call themselves the progressives, I call them the regressives, because they don't get along with black elected officials all across the United States. And when I talk to them, like, oh my God, they don't listen to anybody. One of the things they pushed was transparency. That's why we now tape all of our committee hearings, which I was right on board with them. I agree with that. The better, the more transparency, the better. Don't go hiding your agenda. Don't go up making it so other people don't know what the rules. Don't try to scream and holler and say, I'm the president, if somebody says you're wrong. Learn. Learn what the rules are, and then follow them so that everybody feels comfortable that they're getting a fair shake. Is that what our rules are for?
Yeah, I would say yes.
Okay. So you did vote for, you said you're going to vote for it? That's fine.
Well, yeah, because I mean, at this point, it's whatever. I mean,
No, it's
I
not
don't-
whatever
I
for
don't-
me.
I don't
As a
agree.
black person, it's not whatever. And I just think that they ought to have to answer to why they have not done, had black people included in what they were doing and in their leadership in 30 years that I've been here. I came here in 91. I left for 10 years and came back, and it was worse than ever. They ought to answer those questions. So when you shop around and put them on a committee where your friends are, they probably didn't ask those questions. And also, you just shouldn't be able, we have seniority for a reason. You're the chair of public safety. I got put on public safety. For years, I wasn't on anything because I was too busy supporting the very hypocrites that now don't want any of the things happen. I was out there getting punished right with them. And you had to really fight to get me on public safety. You had to ask for the former president to put me on public safety. Isn't that right?
Yes, in fact.
Okay, and you asked several times, right?
Right, I'd asked for actually a few people to come on there, and it, you know, Alderwoman Rice was one. I kept saying, I don't have to agree with everybody in my committee. I want a fair committee.
And that's what you told me too, because you and I have not always agreed. But then we agree to disagree and we go on about our business, okay? I'm not on Facebook attacking you or anything like that. We have our conversation right here in the Board of Aldermen. And then you still ask me, you said, you don't have to agree with me. I like that you fight for your position, pretty much. You know what you said to me?
Oh, yeah, no, in fact, actually, I like the opposing, but I like to have a fair fight.
Correct. And a fair fight is not shopping things into the wrong committee. That is not a fair fight. That's a cheating fight. That's a hypocritical when you say you want transparency, but you don't have it any place on our agenda, any place. That's hiding, folks. So I've went to pull all the agendas before. Guess what? Up until this president became the president, we had that on our agenda. And we actually had it the previous week, and when this all happened, and then she got mad at the caucus, and she and her staff threatened us about, oh, well, I'll just not hear any of the bills. I don't take threats well. And the caucus members know that. We're not going to buy donuts, and we're not going to buy bagels. So the caucus went and bought our own donuts and bagels because we're not for sale for donuts and bagels. I'm speaking out loud of the things that have happened to our caucus by this president who thinks that she's going to control us. You can pick one or two off, but you're not going to pick them all off. And for the people who are running with this agenda, the ones who criticize the former president, I want to say criticize this one too for doing the same thing. Look at the rules and see why this was in health and not in public safety. And so we want to embarrass people now. We want it to be during the elections. We want to scare people that, oh, we run this kind of stuff during the election. What you just said earlier was that when you get campaign donations, then you sponsor bills and they go to different places. That's the kind of thing that'll send you right where our current president is, to federal prison, okay? That's not how you're supposed to conduct business at all. Again, and if you was so bold as to criticize that person about something, and then you do the same thing, then you ought to be the same place. That is not a good place for for Board Bill 182, Committee Substitute as amended to be in Health Committee. Thank you very much. I don't have any other questions. The Alderwoman from the 6th has disappeared off the floor. So I want to give the Alderman from the 24th, you wanted to explain to me, if you would yield again, please, Madam President.
Yield to the Alderwoman from the 1st for questions.
Absolutely.
Alderwoman, you may proceed.
Thank you. I didn't want you at that time, but I always like for people to say, so why do you think this bill, which has never in my 30 years been in public health and which is under the building division, should be in public health?
Well, I think the rules, if we look back at the rules, Rule 15, let's see, subsection 12, it could go to public utilities. They shall consider all matters containing to public utilities. The plumbing is a public utility. And then I believe it could go to health. Shall consider all matters pertaining to health. Plumbing can absolutely be a health issue, and when you fail to update your plumbing code for more than a decade, I think that you may very well have a health issue.
It doesn't say that. It says shall consider all matters pertaining to the Department of Health, Hospital, and the Department of Welfare, or any division thereof. Where does plumbing go in there?
And all matters pertaining to health.
And
right
hospital.
There. And hospitals.
Where
yeah,
does plumbing
two things.
go to
and.
that?
I'm sorry?
Where does plumbing code go to that? Because it's a code. This is not about if plumbing is good for our health or not. This is a code that has to be administered. Is the health department going to administer it?
I'm just saying that our rules
would
not. Allow for this bill
not.
To go to several
no, it does not.
Places. That's my reading of it. I mean, we can certainly disagree.
Well, so then, no, it's not just me disagreeing. It's the 5 presidents before you that got a lot of experience also disagreeing. And it didn't matter who was the chair of public safety. When I was, the stuff still came, okay? It didn't get shopped around. If it did, the other senior alderman would jump on the president and say, that's not how things are done, okay?
And I understand that, and
So I have another question. Okay, did anybody from the building division come to testify?
No. The City Plumbing Code Review Board had supported this, but no one from the building division came in the committee meeting. They're more than welcome to. They chose not to. They're aware that this was going on.
I asked a question. Did you invite them?
I did not specifically invite anyone, no.
And I want to address this big, giant gorilla in the room. I just heard somebody say that's what happens when you get money from people. Did the pipe fitters give you a campaign donation?
In the past, the pipe fitters have certainly given me campaign donations.
How far ago in the past?
As well as many other labor organizations.
I didn't ask about many others because they're not sponsoring this bill. I asked you.
I mean, I think this is pretty out of line.
No, did they give you a campaign contribution?
They have, absolutely. Like I said, in the past, they've given me campaign contributions.
My next question is, how far ago in the past are we talking about?
That's all in my MEC reports.
So you're not going to answer?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, and I don't want to.
It's no problem, because I will go look it up and put it out on the floor next time.
Please do.
Okay?
It's all there. It's all accounted for. It's all there.
They don't give me any because I don't take any from them. Okay? Just like I don't take cigarette and liquor money, I don't take that from them because I don't want anybody buying me off for a few coins of silver.
I think this is pretty out of line.
I'm talking about me. I'm not talking about you. I don't want anybody buying me off for a few pieces of silver when they have not kept their promise for all these 30 years or so to me. I just sat on the floor a few weeks ago almost crying about how people treated the Asians down in South Grand. Do you think it's all right for the union that you are now sponsoring this for, the pipers and plumbers, to systematically exclude black people over 30 years so that there's nobody in leadership, and that you send that one black person? Is that really inclusion to you?
No, I mean, I stand up against discrimination in all of its forms.
So how you stand up for it, though, you say, oh, I'm against it, but let me sponsor this bill for somebody who's not consistently not doing what they're saying.
The trades have consistently increased their outreach to all minority groups. There's the building union diversity. There's different organizations that are really putting forward a concerted effort to diversify the unions. I understand that in the past there certainly have been issues with racism in the unions, but I think that there have been substantial steps over the last 20 or so years to increase the diversity of the unions, and I think that unions are a pathway to a middle-class life for many Americans.
Oh, I know it. My mother was in the union, my father, most of my family. But this particular union has not. So, and then when I hear, we can't find anybody. So us colored people, we just don't stand up. To 30 years, you're not increasing any such thing. They'll show, so they'll put on their page, oh, look at these people that we have in this training session. But guess what happens when they really start to want to be a part of the union and part of the leadership? You're telling me over 30 years, only that one black person that they send down here to this Board of Aldermen is who should be in that union at this time. That's what you call increasing? Oh, no, you told me increasing an opportunity. You did not tell me increasing an actual, actually accomplishing what you said. And do you believe over 30 years that one person is an accomplishment, that same little lobbyist, that's an accomplishment?
I can't speak to that, whether that's an accomplishment or not. I don't know the internals of their hiring practices.
You can't speak to if that's an accomplishment in this city where they want to do all this business and they just have somebody, and he's not even at the top of the realm, and he's a personal friend of mine, okay? But not any place have they continued to accommodate and bring people in and put them in the same, okay, what is it, journeyman, whatever. They've not done that. They get cut off at some place, and I hear it all the time. And even he's that lobbyist, but he's not at the top. If you go on that book right now, on their book, their website right now, I want to say Facebook page, but it's their website, and you look at who the leaders are in this union. They're white males, not women, not black people, not Asians, not anything. That is not inclusion in this day and age. And if you say you don't know about it, then you're being disingenuous, okay? It is not inclusion. And that is why many of the black alder people were opposed to this. And then to have it shopped, because when I talked to you after I tried to tell the president, you said, oh, well, I don't mind it going to public safety because I'm on that, okay?
Yeah, I do sit on public safety.
And did the alderman from the 23rd, did he have a hearing for whoever was sponsoring that bill? Do you know?
I'm not sure I follow your question.
When we had the competing bills, did he let both sides, as you know it?
Absolutely, yeah. I was a co-sponsor of this same bill at that time.
Uh-huh. So the only thing must be the difference is if you could have got it out of committee or not. And that's what our committees are for. So there was a good chance it was not coming out of Public Safety Committee. So you shop it around to Health Committee, and then you put these shameful things about it could be public utilities, it could be health. No, it couldn't.
I certainly don't feel ashamed about reading a different
you
reading of the rules than
it's
you.
Shameful, but when it's been 30 years, that's shameful, okay? And when she herself, the president, has tried to say what the prior president was doing, and she's doing the same thing, that's shameful. I have no further questions for you. I'm in opposition to this board bill. I'm not supportive of it because of the way that they have carried on, and that would be the people who are pushing this board bill. But I further rise in opposition to this board bill because of the lack of inclusion. It is always interesting to me that gays want inclusions, Asians want inclusion, women want inclusion, and everybody talks about black inclusion, but when it comes down to it, then all of a sudden they don't care. There's an actual reason. This bill had no business being in anything but the Public Safety Committee. Any of you all who've been here for a while know that it should be, and it should have been. And when you allow the president to make these weak arguments of people who are sponsoring the bills, oh, well, it could be this. No, it couldn't. One of the things about the law, besides the law, is also past practice and procedures and looking at what makes any sense. And why would you take it to the health division that has no say-so whatsoever once it is passed and signed into law? Why would you do that and not the building division? It doesn't make any sense. And it would be so that we would have to make everything so specific, and you don't have to do that. It says the president shall assign it to the appropriate committee. All the past presidents I've served with have done just that. Only this president wants to go about acting like that that isn't what it says. And then the sponsor, talking to a lot of people who are their friends or supportive, are saying that's okay. It is not okay. It is not a good board bill. I am not voting for it. I am ashamed that we are now starting out with a new regime that is doing the same thing that they talked about the other one doing. Rules are for people to be fair. And if you cut off the mic because you don't want anybody to point out to you that it should be something different, that's even more ignorant to me, and it doesn't work. And I'm going to bring it up every single time. You're not going to turn off my mic, and you're not going to keep me from disagreeing. And if you're right, I will say you are right. And if you're wrong, I will continue to say you're wrong. This board bill is wrong, and the sponsor shouldn't be bringing it because they have not done anything for inclusion. And having one person come down to this board of aldermen that's black and say that's inclusion is a farce. And I don't want any of you all who vote for this to ever talk to me about your inclusion issues at all, because I won't be hearing you. They have not done it. That's why the black aldermen were mad. And they thought that they could send a friend of ours down here and say, oh, well, you're friends with him. I am. Friends with his father. Still not inclusion. And so if we're going to be unions with the good old boys days, well, my mom worked in a factory, Caterpillar Tractor Company. And she did that because she came from a farming community, and where her parents had to share crop, and where white people told them after they worked all year how much they still owed them. And my mother and her siblings were able to go to Decatur, Illinois, and work in factories and learn a good living. And so all of us cousins, we got to have a good living, middle-class living. I believe in unions, but I want to tell you, the people in unions gave my mother the fit about being a woman in that factory, and she was taking men's jobs. She was one of the first women, along with several other women, and they gave her a fit. It was other people who were in that union who had to stand up for those women and tell them to stop this. And it was white men who had the courage to say this is not right, and they did it, and other women came along, and then women finally became accepted. Black people have had to go through that same thing. When you go through 30 years of saying, I'm trying to get people, and you haven't done it, you have not. You are just playing a game. I once had the chance, when I was the chair of black elected officials in my capacity of the 20th Ward Alderwoman, to meet he wasn't the governor, Lieutenant Governor Mel Carnahan. And he came to meet with us, and I always ask about, do you believe in minority and women inclusion? He said, yes, Sharon, I do. And I said, well, I asked him all these things where he didn't have inclusion. And of course, he gave the typical white answer, but I can't find any. And I said to him, you need to fire the person who's in charge of finding you some, and let me give you a list. And I sent him a list, and I still have his handwritten note that he wrote back to me saying, Sharon, you ask hard questions, but I like that you sent a list. I do that with the mayor when she tries not to include people on boards and commission. I did it with the previous mayor and the previous mayor. My job is to make sure black people and women and gays and other people who are typically left out, it's my job to, I didn't say the full spectrum because, but I know you got a full spectrum. Can I say the full spectrum? Is that okay? LGBT community. But I thought there was another letter added after that. See, that's what I'm saying. Okay, that's why I just say, so I'm not leaving anybody out, okay? I was out here fighting when that was not okay, okay? We passed agreements back in the 90s when people went, mm-mm. So that has been my fight. So if I don't say it exactly correct, chalk it up to I can't remember which are all the letters, because it changes all the time. Okay, well, let me say it right then. LGBTQ community, but I just heard something about an I or something like that. See there? And somebody is, so whatever. I'm trying to get it right. But my point is that I always stand up and fight for that. And it breaks my heart when it's not happening. And I don't care who it is. And if you just want to pass this, then that's wrong. That is wrong. to leave people out and to play that game. And if gay people saw the people over 30 years had that one gay person, you would not think that was right. If the Asians had that one Asian person, you would not think that was right after 30 years. And women would not think that's right if you have that one woman. So I do not think that's right because they have not done anything, not squat, to advance this cause. They have fought this with everything they could because they've been able to produce somebody who will say, hey, we got, and I don't want to say his name down there lobbying, and he's a black face, and that's good enough. One of the things that the former alderman from the 22nd Ward did, and I'm not talking about Jeffrey Boyd, I'm talking about Kenny Jones. And Kenny Jones proposed something that made a lot of sense. When we start talking about inclusion, he started talking about, let's just not write it up as contractors. Let's write it up as the actual number of workers. Now, Kenny was not a friend of mine, but that made a whole bunch of sense because that called people on the carpet. Because what happened in the 90s was we had a very famous case when and I didn't write it, it was here before I came, where it talked about minority inclusion. And so we had a black contractor who actually didn't hire any black people. And when he was taken to court, the courts, is a very famous case, said as long as the black contractor owned 51%, that he didn't have to have any black people working for him. Now, when the black and white aldermen did this rule and did this law and ordinance, they never envisioned that a black person would not hire any black people. And so, our clerk knows about this, but he did. And so it became a very famous, it is a case that you can look up right now, that you don't have to have black people if you're a black contractor and you own 51%. That is ridiculous. It is the same ridiculousness that I hear now about this union trying, and they're striving to include, but 30-something years later, they are not including. That is not striving and trying to include. That's working as hard as you can to appear that you're doing something when you're not doing anything. I again oppose Board Bill 182, Committee Substitute as amended, on the merits of the bill itself and also on how it was handled. And I would ask my fellow colleagues to join in my opposition, and I will be asking for a roll call. I am asking for a roll call.
Any further discussion? Alderman from the 11th.
President, would the Alderman from the 24th yield the question?
The Alderman from the 24th yield to questions from the Alderman from the 11th?
Sure, let's do it.
Alderman, you may proceed.
Thank you. Just so I'm clear, the bill before us doesn't do anything to impact minority and women-owned contractors and their ability to bid work, right?
I do not believe so.
Okay. And just so I'm clear, UA 562 is not the only institution or organization that thinks that updating the plumbing code is a good idea. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Those are my only questions. Thank you.
Thanks.
Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 19th.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the board. As you all know, I have lobbied against any decision made on behalf of the plumbing code other than supporting the recommendations of the Building Division of the City of St. Louis, who is responsible for administering all permits and working on behalf of making sure that those buildings, when the work is finished, they do the inspections, and they have done well on behalf of this city for too many years. They have all the experts sitting there who have all levels of not only work experience, but education as well, pertaining to this field of work. When we look at, and I applaud the Alderwoman from the 1st Ward, because at the end of the day, no, we can't make anybody do right by others. They have never done right. They will never do right. And I cannot support this bill. Thank you. I'll be a no vote.
Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 1st.
Madam President, members of the board, if the Alderman from the 24th would yield.
The Alderman from the 24th yield to questions from the Alderwoman from the 1st.
Sure.
So Alderman, I just heard the Alderman from the 11th said, oh, well, this doesn't have anything to do with black workers, doesn't have anything to do, it's just a code. Is that basically what he said?
This is, yep, the code, yep.
So if the KKK brought something in here, we would say, let's follow it. If the KKK brought something in here and it didn't have anything to do with anything but the code, we should not be opposed to it because, after all, they're just doing the code. We don't look at what has happened and the surrounding events that happen. Is that what we're saying?
I think that's a bit hyperbolic.
No,
I would
it's not hyperbolic at all.
Be sponsoring something that the Klan
No,
brought.
it's not hyperbolic at all, because let me tell you what happens is that's how people get stuff. Shucks, I'm just a good old boy. It don't have anything to do with the men and the women. It just has something to do with we want this, and our past behaviors shouldn't be held against us, or our future behaviors. That's what I just heard. Because how we can let people know that we don't like things is that we join together and say, this is not a good idea. And it doesn't have to be directly related to race. It is related to you're not doing the right thing. How about that?
You know, we all get a vote here, and it sounds like you're going to vote against this,
No,
and I
it
understand
doesn't sound
that.
like it. I haven't been to it. I asked you if this was the KKK, if we could, long as it wasn't about race, that we could just go ahead and pass their bill.
I would not be sponsoring a KKK
I didn't
bill.
ask you that. You still not answering my question. My question was, could we then pass a bill under the scenario that the alderman from the 11th, which was, long as it don't have anything to do with race, it don't make no difference how you've been treating them black people. Is that it?
I think you're probably
Please don't
mischaracterizing
shout out
his...
over there. We can hear you. That's what your turn in the mic is for. Thank you.
I think you've mischaracterized his
I have not
question.
mischaracterized. It was exactly that. It doesn't have anything to do with race. A lot of things didn't have to do with race that black people had to march with. We had to march on bridges. We had to get shot. We had to have water hoses. It all was about the idea we want to be included. Nobody has said, oh, yes, they do. You didn't bring me in here. We've been saying this for a long time. Nobody's brought me in here to say, yes, they have. Look at all this inclusion they have. You said, well, they're attempting to. No, they're not attempting to. They're attempting not to do it. So what I hear from you and the alderman from the 11th is shucks. They just being good old boy. No, they're not. They're being exclusionary. And so when people are being exclusionary, I attack them on all levels. In fact, I want to make a point is that at one point when I was the vice chair of streets, when the senior Alderman Bosley was the chair of streets, I always ask people, do you believe in minority inclusion? They always say yes, but they come with 5 or 6 white men. So this particular company came with 5 or 6 white men. And so I said, did you believe it? Oh, yes. And I said, well, I don't see the optics here. What they did is went back, and this black guy who had been trying to get one of the jobs forever came back from lunch and said, Alderwoman, I love you because they hired me for this job I've been trying to get for the longest time. That's what I do. That's what I do no matter what. You don't just say shucks. You didn't go to them as the sponsor. Why don't you go and say, the black aldermen have a problem with your racial policies. What are you doing? I got to come back here and face my colleagues. What are you doing to be inclusionary? You didn't bring anything like that. You just shopped it away from us. All of this time when you was the co-sponsor, there's nothing prevented you from saying to them, because pressure has to come from all sides. Nope. Just like you say you weren't going to do the KKK, then don't introduce these bills. You gotta make them happy. This is not me, Sharon Tyus, saying it. It's for the alderwoman from the 19th saying it, for several other black aldermen, because we haven't got anything. And so when you all go along with this, you are going along. KKK doesn't just put the hoods on. The KKK has all forms of racism that they do, and it's exclusionary. And you have never heard me get up on this floor, not one time if I thought somebody was doing exclusionary, that I said, oh, that was all right. It's not all right. And I will fight your cause and anybody else's. And so when you're bringing it, and then when he makes that point that he makes, that's why I go to show you that is not a good point. That's not the point at all. The point is we're not going to reward you with what you want when you have done nothing to advance the causes of a city that's 50% black. That you, in fact, are in the arrears when you look at that this has been a city that's been minority, the predominantly minority for years now, and all this time you can't get past the one black person that you send down to the Board of Aldermen. If you can't see that, then you really don't care at all. You're part of the problem, Alderman. Thank you. If the Alderman from the 11th would yield. Madam President.
Would the Alderman from the 11th yield to the Alderwoman from the 1st for questions?
Yes, Madam President, thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you. You just asked the Alderman from the 24th if the bill that he was sponsoring had anything to do with hiring black people. And
Yes.
he said, no, it doesn't. So let me give you, let me first say something to you. All things have something to do with hiring black people if you don't have any of them, okay? All things have something to do with hiring black people if you don't have them. So when you ask that question, you're the white guy that wants to be clueless. You don't want to touch that. Instead of being fair and honest and saying, she keeps talking about 30 years, they haven't done any better. Why is it that you think in 30 years they have the same one black person that comes to lobby? If it doesn't have anything to do with black people.
I could not comment upon the internal personnel and policy decisions that are made by an individual institution.
So then when you ask that question, really he can't comment on if this bill really does have anything to do with hiring black people, because maybe let me finish.
Yes, ma'am.
Because oftentimes the law hides things that allow people to discriminate. That's what I do as a lawyer. When you start going into it, they'll write, this is the first thing happened to me when I was the chair of public safety. So they sent their one black person to me, and they said, we want to get rid of the requirement that you can let people who do heating and cooling do 14 and below. And we don't want to do that. So they took me out to show me that there were some quote-unquote foreigners over there at St. Louis University working and saying, see, these foreigners are working. But I have a really good relationship with black contractors, so I called them all, and they said, Alderwoman, they want to do that because they want to put us out of business. But it didn't say, we're putting black people out of business. They used something else. While I was gone, they got that bill passed. Guess what? They put black people out of business. But you would have been that same person saying that it didn't have anything to do with it. And again, I want to say to you, it's a lot of stuff. They can bury it with good people like you, good intentions, and that say, oh, shucks, this don't have anything to do with it, when it does. When a person shows you who they are, believe them. When a corporation shows you who they are, believe them. When a union shows you who they are, believe them. Because you know what? By now, they should have had 3 or 4. They still have the same one. And if you want to live in your fairy tale life and believe that that doesn't have anything to do with black people, but when I started asking you a question, well, I don't know their internal policies, then you don't know if they wrote this to exclude black people, really, do you?
I believe that's why I asked the question.
But he doesn't know either. He's just giving his opinion, but he doesn't know the internal workings of that union, right?
I don't think the bill pertains to the internal politics of the United Association.
But you don't know what they're putting in. Is there something?
Did they write the bill?
I'm sorry.
Did they write the bill?
You don't know though what they pushed and how it works externally or internally, do you?
I mean, I believe that's why I asked the question.
Okay. And do you believe that he knows internally or externally how? What we can talk about that's a fact. Let me say this. What we can talk about as a fact is that they have one black person they send down here. They don't have anybody on their website except for one black person that's in charge of anything. That's a fact. Go on it right now and look at it, okay? And I'm telling you, in all the 30 years I've been down here over, they've never done that. They will start with some people in a class. They never get to be anything, okay? You think that's because black people are not qualified to do these jobs?
No, absolutely not.
So then why haven't they done that? They know it's black people, aldermen down here asking questions. Why haven't they done something better?
I mean, I do not know what the internal politics of the organization are. I mean, there are certainly more black journeymen than there were 30 years ago. Okay, so I'm going to have to say Alderwoman from the 19th. And how do you know that? How many are there? I don't have the figures right in front of me.
So how do
I
you
didn't
know?
know we were debating the demographics of the local on the floor today.
So how do you know that?
I know it based upon like the work that's happened with the training and I mean like the demographics of the internationals have changed certainly.
So you're saying there's more journeymen than 30 years ago. So if they had one 30 years ago and now they have two, that's more. Is that correct?
Correct. I'm not saying that those are the numbers that we're talking about, but
No, I'm just asking you
I'm
what
not
is
saying
more
that the
to you?
progress has been sufficient.
Okay, so progress
I
hasn't
also
been
don't have the numbers in
sufficient.
front of
You
me.
know why progress isn't sufficient when black people are excluded? Because good white people nod their heads and say, that's all right, or my brother does this, or my cousin is in this, and so they're not being racist. They're just doing the best they can. When I came down here as a lawyer, and the first female lawyer, one of the white lawyers said to me, came and told me something really wrong, and I'm really good in contracts and can read it pretty fast. So I said, no, that doesn't say that. And so, first of all, they were upset because they kept saying, did you graduate from St. Louis U? Did you graduate from UMSL? They named all these places. I said, no. And they're like, where did you graduate from? Oh, there's another law school here in the city of St. Louis called Wash U. But he told me exactly the wrong thing because he was used to telling black people what it said. And if you're not a lawyer, maybe you can't read all of that. And then here I came down here with my black self, as Cleo Willis would say, and said, but I can read, and I graduated from accredited law school, and I passed the bar. And it doesn't say that. He said to me, we are not used to that. And I told him, get used to that, because I'm a be here. And here I am. Even when they cheated me, I'm here. I say that to say, you all hide behind that, oh, well, we don't know, but you say, oh, it's better because it's 2 in 30 years or 3 in 30 years. But when you look at their page that they put out, you're not appalled by that. I'm appalled by that after all these 30 years that you don't feel like you have to do anything except my black friend down here. That's wrong. And long as you keep trying to take up for it and then asking him, well, that don't have anything to do with it, when he really doesn't know if it has anything to do with it, you also are part of the problem. To fight racism, sexism, prejudice against the LGBTI and community, I'm getting there, okay? All of it takes is somebody who, not just the gay people were down here, or openly gay, because at that time, there were no openly gays. But Sharon Tyus, Phyllis Young, Dan McGuire, I can name the people. We went out on a limb and passed a partnership agreement back in the early 90s. That took me to fight. And it took me to open my eyes. Now, I didn't grow up in a neighborhood or a community that accepted gay people. In fact, I grew up in a working class union community. So that was a no-no. But when I went to college and I learned better, I knew better. So what I'm saying to you is your question to him assumes that he knows the internal workings and that he can somehow speak for them. Nope, he cannot. Well, we can speak to facts. Black and white facts. How many do they have? How many did they have before? How many people in leadership? Black and white facts. And if it's appalling, and if you open up a page and it's all white men, that's appalling. Okay? And for you trying to figure a way, well, I got to be with this. Okay. But don't try to act like it's not racism. Racism comes in all forms, okay? And now they don't come right out and say, I'm a racist, I don't like you. They do things like when they can't beat a black woman down here, they take her ward and put it in an odd ward so that 2/3 of her community can't vote. That's racism. You took my vote away. And then you talk about, oh, the black people, they leave St. Louis and they don't vote. My ward voted higher than almost everyone. That's racism. But nobody talks to that. Even the Post-Dispatch to this day will not say Francis Slade was a racist, okay? What they say is that, oh, well, Sharon is upset about her ward. I'm upset that I didn't get to vote in 2003. Now, all the people down here, they will say, oh, I didn't know, I didn't have anything to do with it. Yeah, you have, because you continue with rules that impact that racism, okay? When I was at the Tom Villas wake, I stayed in line. You and I saw each other.
Yes, ma'am.
I stayed in line for about 2 hours. And I'm going to say one of his family members said to me, I want to explain my vote because I shouldn't have voted that way. And I said, oh, just leave it alone. 2, I saw 3 members of the board who had voted that. And now everybody wants to explain to me. Okay? But the fact of it is, this board has never taken taken the initiative to say, let's address that. That was racist, that was wrong. We as a board did it, so let's address it. Whenever I've tried to address it, what they try to do is clump me in with somebody else. This is not a lumping in. We're the only ward that ever has been treated that way, all the way back to when there was wards. And we've had about $10 million of our ward capital stolen. We lost our vote. We lost a lot of things. Nobody wants to, they just want to go, oh, why are you still talking about that? And I say, I'm going to stop talking about it when Jewish people stop talking about the Holocaust. So that ain't going to happen, and this ain't going to happen. I'm going to keep talking about it. So when you all try to, I just want you to understand, when you try to explain racism is, this is that old bill. What I hear is if the KKK introduced something, as long as it's not about race, okay, we could pass it. And now you want to say, oh, no, you're taking it too far. No, I'm not. That's how bad things happen. When I first came down here, Alderman Abusi introduced this bill, and he wanted to lock up all women who were prostitutes. We were under a federal mandate from Judge Cahill that we had too many people in our workhouse, so at night we would let them out. And so I knew that because I had been a public defender. And I said, I got up and voted no, because I'm a new alderperson, but I knew that wasn't a good idea, because who do we want to lock up, prostitutes? Or do we want to lock up people who are shooting and killing people and all these drugs and everything? So when I did that, Alderman McGuire from the 28th Ward said, uh-oh, we got trouble. He called me trouble to this day because he said, oh, we got somebody who can read. And so he said, well, get up and tell him why. Well, I didn't. I was not like I was now. I told him why. I told Francis Slay over here who sat there why. But I didn't get up and say it. I just said, well, you know, we're under this thing. And so Marty didn't think that he was doing anything wrong because he was locking up prostitutes. But my other point was you weren't trying to lock up the Johns, okay? And that was sexist to me. But Marty didn't think it was sexist. And that's what I'm saying to you. A lot of times white men don't see stuff. When the new mayor became the mayor, I said to her about the street department, and I told them before, when they came before the street department, they have never in my 30 years had anybody black run anything. And it's one of the most messed up departments there is, okay? They got towing, they got all these issues. Mm-hmm. So I went and complained to our current mayor, and to her credit, they did pick somebody. I have some problems about, I don't like black people picked who just barely meet the criteria but don't know the job. But they did pick a black female. And she's been attempting to do that. I would argue that you also need some people that know how it works. And that doesn't happen. You know why? Because the white men in charge never let those people get mentored and come along. They leave them out, okay? So they're left out all of the time, and so they cannot learn how things run. The 3 black mayors that we've had have not come from the Board of Aldermen. They have all come from some other segment of government. So they don't know how to get the snow removed, how to get the trash and things like that. But that is because our racist system systematically leaves black people out of things, and nice people like you and the alderman from the 24th give us a reason of why it's not racist. And you don't look at the bare numbers. Here's the numbers. If you have not increased not 1 or 2, your whole public arena. You have not put black people up into places where they can mentor other black people. You have not make sure black people went through all the process. You are being racist. And you covering that to act like, well, I don't know nothing about it. That's why I want to point out to you, by your scenario, if somebody was the KKK, they don't have to tell you the KKK. Some of these members of the union could be the KKK. You don't know it. John Birch, anything. What you said is it don't have anything to do with hiring black people. And I'm telling you, everything to me has something to do with hiring people who are left out. And only the people who are the protected class that have had things only their way want to always say, that's okay. What bothers me is people who are not the protected class, who have not had things their way, who then want to say, shucks. So you don't bother me, because I understand where you're coming from. This one bothers me because the racism that the Asians have encountered, I want that to be somebody who's my ally saying, I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to challenge you to do better. And I'm wrong to say you, because there was been many a white man that got out and got killed marching for black rights. They marched for all the things One of the white people who got killed in the marches down with Martin Luther King was white. So I know that. So I'm using you as a stereotype, and please forgive me. But I'm just saying, your reply is a stereotype to me, okay? Not you personally, okay? It's the stereotype I get from white men when they just want to do something and they don't want to hear. Why don't they? Go back and challenge them. Hey, guys, why don't you have this? Why are the black aldermen so upset with you? Hey, what's your numbers? If your numbers are not good, you can do better than this. And anybody who tells you they can't find anybody black, then they need to hire whoever they got finding black people and come to me. I'll find them some black people, okay, that can go through the program. Go to other people. I hear it all the time from black plumbers and pipe fitters being left out. You don't hear it because they don't think you, they know you're going to give the answer you gave. So I just want to know if you ever thought about that the question you asked could be the same thing of the KKK. If they introduced a board bill and it didn't say hiring black people, couldn't you make the same argument? It doesn't have anything to do with hiring of black people?
I mean, theoretically, that's possible.
Yes, and that's all I want you to know. I know you're saying, oh, that wouldn't happen. You don't know.
I don't believe that UA actually introduced this bill, though. Like, I'm missing the connect, like the.
I don't care who produced it. I don't care if, it doesn't make any difference. You're giving them something they want, and they haven't had to address the issues of the black aldermen who sit here and represent black people who come and tell them all the time about the problems they're having. That's my point, okay?
Yes,
is that I have a constituency, just like the community with all the letters that I'll get in trouble about if I don't say it right has an issue. But I hear that issue. So I don't say, shut up, Alderman Stevens, don't tell me about that. I don't care about that. Do I tell you, have I ever said that with our conversation? Have I ever said, no, I don't want to address you can't talk, I know. But I haven't. And so I'm just saying, don't just act like our issues are not something that are valid. Okay, they're a valid issue. And when their numbers do not speak well of them, that's valid. Not the numbers that I made. I didn't get to hire. And that, oh, well, they're doing the best they can. They're making an attempt. That's like if your child was sick and the doctor said, oh, the child needs heart surgery. I'm doing the best I can. Let me get back to you in 20 or 30 years. That's not okay. So that's not okay, okay? If they had gone to 10, 5, 2 or 3 people were in leadership, well, that's not great, but that's better. But when you stay all white and send one black person, every black person in the world knows that's the equivalent if I got one black friend. That's what I want you to understand, okay? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I remain opposed to this bill. And it is racism. And it's anything that you're bringing in which they have not come to the table. They've had all this time to come to the table to say, this is our improvement. This is what we're going to do. Not one time. And neither did the sponsor. That's what I need you to think about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further discussion. Alderwoman from the 4th.
Good morning. I want to relate something firsthand where I was exposed to the discrimination and non-inclusion of the plumbers union. I had a brother that was a journeyman plumber and witnessed this non-inclusion and outright discrimination when he spoke his mind, to the point that they would not give him work in the local community, but instead they would send him out of town to Chicago. Now, if that wasn't discrimination, what is? And all he did was spoke his mind. And I vote no on this bill.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, Alderman from the 24th, you are recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam President. To just address some of the discussion here, this bill came recommended by the City Plumbing Code Review Board, which is a majority black board. Excuse me. It came unanimously out of committee. No one spoke against it in committee. I feel like the procedural issues here could have been addressed. In any of us, any member of this body can question the rule of the chair at any point. That motion was not made. We would have voted on it, and if the majority of this board thought that health wasn't the appropriate committee for this bill to go to, we could have sent it wherever. It feels a little bit like we're in the sixth inning of a baseball game arguing balls and strikes from the third inning, which is kind of, it doesn't make much sense to me. We should have taken that up at the time. And with that, I will renew my motion.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 24th, seconded by the Alderman from the 10th, that we perfect Board Bill number 182, Committee Substitute, as amended. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley. Alderwoman Evans. Alderman Page. Alderwoman Negracia. Alderman Coder. Alderwoman Rice. Alderman Gunther. Alderman Balmer. Alderman Lappy. Alderman Stevens. Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderwoman Howard. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderwoman Peel. Alderman Todd. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Walker. Alderman Vaccaro. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Gross. President Green.
Aye.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderman Page. Alderman Stevens. Alderwoman Howard. Alderwoman Peel. "17 aye votes, 9 no votes, and 1 voted present."
By your vote, you sustain the motion from the Alderman from the 24th on the perfection of Board Bill number 182, Committee Substitute, as amended.
Board Bill 184, introduced by Committee Sub, introduced by Alderman Narayan, an ordinance repealing and reacting as set out herein the lead poisoning control law.
Alderman from the 24th, you are recognized on the perfection of Board Bill 184, Committee Substitute.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we perfect Board Bill 184, Committee Substitute.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 24th, seconded by the Alderman from the 23rd, that we perfect Board Bill number 184, Committee Substitute. Alderman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. This board bill deals with lead abatement here in the city. There's basically $700 million that the federal government's going to be doling out to local communities to do lead abatement through HUD. There needs to be some framework in place for us to get that money and to get those dollars. We know that in the city of St. Louis, 8 out of 10 children has measurable lead levels in their blood. 6% of the kids have elevated lead levels in their blood. Lead poisoning is something that is irreversible. Once you know that a child is affected by it, it's too late to do anything about it. It affects the way that children develop. It lowers IQ. It makes people more prone to violence. We have essentially a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity here to change the way that we deal with lead abatement in our environment. I know that there's been some concerns that people have had regarding this bill and their homes. I want to remind people who may not have dug as far into the bill that this bill is about large buildings. Even a 4-family unit is not included in this. This is much more for the large schools and institutional buildings that we're seeing demolished. All of that, anything built before 1978, it's likely that it has lead in it. And when we demolish those larger buildings, we throw out a ton of lead into the environment. When we, for example, in my ward, we had a school building that was converted to apartments. A lot of that lead in there needed to be abated so that it was safe for folks to raise families in. This is something that if we address this correctly, no future generations in the city are going to have to deal with the lead that is so prevalent in our community right now. And I would ask for everyone's favorable consideration.
Any further discussion? Alderman from the 12th.
Yes, Madam President, I'd like to speak on the bill.
You may proceed.
Thank you. And I promise I will yell into the mic. Thank you for my colleagues for always reminding me not to, that we're not in a library. So I rise in support of this bill, but I'd like to take an opportunity to speak on it within a historical perspective of the city of St. Louis and speak to the city's monumental history of addressing major health concerns with hazardous, heavy metal, radioactive materials. The city of St. Louis and the surrounding area, of course, is the site of the infamous, well, rather famous, I won't say infamous, but famous baby tooth study from the 50s, 60s, and 70s regarding radiation, specifically strontium-19. We, of course, have the Bridgeton dump out in the metropolitan area that has radioactive materials. Just recently, Janus School up in Hazelwood School District was found to have radioactive materials, so on and so forth. The city of St. Louis, being so centrally located, being so vitally important to not only the history of the nation, but our nation's future as well. Listen up, President Biden. Listen up, Congress. We're here. We've always rose to the occasion to address these issues, and I think that this is not only a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I think that it is one that will absolutely address what has been a decades-old problem, not only in the city of St. Louis, but across our nation. And this bill is a leg up. And it's not just an opportunity, it is a proverbial life raft. So I would thank the sponsor for bringing this bill, for seeing it through. I would ask to be added as a co-sponsor, dear clerk of the board, and I rise in firm support from not only a modern perspective, but a historical perspective as well. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam Clerk, if you could please add the Alderman from the 12th as a co-sponsor, and if you could also please add me as a co-sponsor as well. Alderwoman from the 13th.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I would also like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Please.
Can I move to make that in bank? Okay. So no on that.
Please add the Alderwoman from the 13th as a co-sponsor, and it looks like the Alderman from the 9th as well, the Alderman from the 26th, from the 11th, from the 23rd, from the 17th, from the 25th, from the 8th, from the 20th, from the 10th, from the 28th, okay, from the 22nd, from the 5th, from the 4th, from the 16th, from the 27th, from the 19th. Did I get everybody? From the 21st. Yes. Madam Clerk, if you could please read them to make sure we caught them all.
The 12th, 13th, 9th, 26th, 11th, 23rd, 17th, 25th, 8th, 10th, 28th, 22nd, 5th, 4th, 16th, 27th, 19th, and the 21st wards.
Right. Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 1st.
Madam President, members of the board, if the Alderman from the 24th would yield.
Would the Alderman from the 24th yield to questions from the Alderwoman from the 1st?
Always.
Alderwoman, you may proceed.
Alderman, where was this board bill sent to?
This board bill was sent to health.
Okay. Have you sponsored a bill about lead before?
No, I have not
You
sponsored
didn't
a
sponsor the bill about the young lady who had
That was asbestos.
That was asbestos. And where did that go?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Public safety.
Okay.
And we all joined in, and as we should have. But this went to public health also. And who administers the lead? Is it health, or is it the building division?
I believe that both get involved in cases of lead poisoning.
Okay. And in this case, your board bill, did you have somebody there from health?
There were numerous people who spoke. I don't recall everyone who was there off the top of my head.
I'm asking who you had. Did you have anybody from health?
I didn't invite anyone specifically.
But there were some people that came to speak.
There were people who spoke in favor
So
of the
you don't
bill.
normally invite people who are in charge of your board bills or who would have to administer your board bills? You don't normally invite them to committee hearings?
I didn't reach out to anyone in specific on this, no.
Okay. All right. So what is the major change? Because we've had lead bills before us before. What is the major change that you see with the board bill you're sponsoring now?
So the major change is a training component. In order to access that $700 million of the HUD money, there needs to be a framework that includes training components. So we just kind of tightened up some of the existing language. We exempted any private homes, basically, so that this only affects buildings larger. You have to have a 5-unit building or larger, or be a commercial landlord, which we defined, I believe, as owning 3 or more 4-unit buildings, I believe.
So if I own four families, then I'm a commercial landlord?
Yes.
Even though they're separate and could be even under separate ownership?
Well, if they're under separate ownership, then they're under separate ownership.
Okay, but if I own 4 and they're under the same name, then I'm a commercial landlord, and how does that affect me?
So then the lead abatement rules kick in. So when you're doing an abatement project, you need to follow the framework that basically already existed in the law.
But I could own 4 or more that have already been rehabbed and only 1 that hasn't been. So why would I be affected as a commercial landlord if I've already done my lead abatement remediation?
I'm not sure I follow your question.
So I'm just saying I do own real estate.
Okay.
And so in my real estate, we do a lot of them is gut rehabs, and we have already addressed that. So then what if I have 1 that I buy, but I got all these others that's already been taken care of? Why would I be a commercial affected by any kind of thing that's commercial when I only have, why isn't it based on how many you have that need lead remediation versus just saying if you have 4? Because 3 of mine could be already taken care of.
This was just something that we had to come up with a definition of, and we wanted to make sure that the larger commercial buildings were being properly abated. Frankly, that was a political compromise. I would have loved to see this affect way more buildings than it does, because the lead is there and it affects everyone in the region. I think that what we've come up with was, after discussions with the alderman from the 3rd and myself and some other folks, there was some concerns about putting an undue burden on individual homeowners and smaller landlords, and that certainly is not the intent of this. It's to try and make sure that the larger institutional buildings and the people who have the means and ability to actively be looking at this lead when you're abating it are doing so properly, that we're not having the fox guard the hen house, so to speak, on the investigating whether there is any lead at any given place, and then also be responsible for abating it, remediating it, so on and so forth.
So if you own four family flats, then you have the financial capability to pay more money with inspections. That's what you think?
I think if you own four family flats, that you're probably a commercial landlord.
Again, so that's a round definition. So it says if you own four, you're a commercial landlord. Because why? You could own four families that you inherited. Wait, let me finish. You could inherit them. As I said, you could have done 3 of them, so you only have 1 that even needs to be addressed under this. 4 families are a common thing in St. Louis.
Absolutely.
And it's not a large building. 6 and 8, and that's when you start to 12 and all up. But 4 families to me is a bit restrictive. And again, explain to me again what you have to do differently as a commercial landlord.
The rules regarding the specifics on various abatements come into play, whereas say you just have your single family home, that's not kind of policed the same way as the larger buildings. I think when we came up with the definitions, we had to come up with something, and when you're renting homes to 11 persons, families, whatever, I think at that point you have some responsibility to maintain a decent standard of living inside those units, and that involves as we move forward. So this only comes into play when you're doing the renovation. It's not like you have to go and do something. It's when you're demolishing or redeveloping things, then these standards come in, and you have to make sure you're doing it the right way. Similar to the asbestos, if there's asbestos in your house right now, just don't mess with it, leave it be. But when you want to demolish that building or do a serious renovation where asbestos is in play, you need to make sure that you're complying with the standards set forth in the previous asbestos bill.
And again, what I find unfair is that if I've done rehab on all of my buildings and I get a new one, then I get charged a commercial standard when in fact I've done what should have been done already. With most of them is that I've already cleaned up all my other ones, and now you're going to charge me more and punish me because I own property that I actually do rehab and make me go through more rigmarole instead of just making the standard the size of the building. And it's either if you own 4 families or you don't, or if you own 6 families if you don't. But how many 4 families I have does not have anything to do with if I'm doing what I'm supposed to, which we do, okay? When I get my buildings, and I don't like that you would let them stay in places that have lead or anything like that. So we take lead out, we do lead remediation, we do all the things.
Just on a personal note, I do appreciate that.
Right, you don't have to. I've been in supportive of housing. Even when I first start buying property and rehabbing it, I still work for legal services to keep people in habitable housing, not inhabitable housing, because keeping somebody someplace where there's lead, if there's lead, kids will pick and find a little spot.
Absolutely.
And eat the lead.
Mm-hmm.
So so I just resent as a property owner that you would assign that to me based on if I buy a new 4 family that I haven't done versus how many 4 families I have that are not done. That is the indication to me that I'm not doing what I'm supposed to do.
So I think, though, that you also need to take into account that this allows for that massive federal funding to come in and help out with that abatement. So as a good landlord who is doing these abatements without the help of federal funding, when you do get that, additional property, the hope is that there's federal funding that the city will get that's going to help to actually abate that lead.
So I hear you, except for that. Here's the problem. I'm a city alderperson. I never apply for anything, okay, because I don't want it to be a conflict. I had a really long, strong argument with the former alderman from the 22nd Ward because he had money that was for a facade improvement. And he said, well, I'm a taxpayer just like everybody else. I don't think you get in the front of the line. So when we passed that bad government bill about not letting people be evicted and not having, then they didn't pay my rent. That was the first, I am now owed about $8,000 because I couldn't put people out. I couldn't, as an alderperson, get in line and get paid. When the Supreme Court decided that that was an illegal law, then I was out, because immediately all the people ran. They didn't try to pay me, and I couldn't really say, well, hey, what about me? So the city actually interfered with my contract, because normally, if you don't pay my rent, in 5 days, I go and start eviction, and you can start it by paying my rent. And I write my own leases. I don't let people sit on my front porches. You sit in the back. We have behavior. And if you get called the police twice, I put you out under the emergency rule about whatever it is. We have some emergency rules. You can put people out pretty fast. So a lot of times what you think is good government is not fair to small business owners, okay? And that's what happened, what I heard from a lot of the people who we passed that law saying that you couldn't put people out. This is people, mom and pop people, that own two families and maybe rent one out of 4 families, and they're all out of a lot of money, because as soon as the Supreme Court said you couldn't do that, then they ran. And then people said, well, you can get your money back. Most of the people I know didn't get the money back. So I'm trying to understand. So if I only have 3 4-family flats, then when I went to rehab 1 4-family flat, then I would just go through normal building division procedures?
Exactly, yeah.
And what does that entail?
So you get, you're, depending on what you're doing, whether you're doing a demolition or whether you're doing a gut rehab, you're going to talk to the building division, submit plans, so on and so forth. If there's lead there, if the building is from before 1978, which most of the buildings in the city of St. Louis are from pre-1978, then there's a really good chance that there's lead in that building, whether it's paint or plumbing, whatever it may be. And so we, over the years, oftentimes the lead, say paint, for example, oftentimes it's been remediated through encapsulation. So one of the things that you can do to remediate lead paint, that the chipping from lead paint, is you can cover it with multiple layers of latex paint, and that's considered abatement, because then, as you noted, the kids can't go and pick at it and eat the paint chips, so on and so forth. But if you're going to then knock out that wall, you're going to end up with all those paint chips in the air, in the environment. So then you sweep them up, you throw them in the dumpster or whatever, and all of that's now environmental lead. And so we need to make sure that on larger jobs that we're preventing the environmental contamination that comes with the scope of those jobs.
And so I hear that larger, and I agree with it. I disagree with if you own 4 without some caveats, because I can own 3 that have been done and the 4th one that doesn't, and then you make me go into being a commercial landlord. So I disagree with that. I just think that they all, the same size, ought to be treated the same size, okay? So now let me ask you about because we take a lot of our stuff and have it stripped, okay? Mm-hmm. Is that covered? Do you know? Because we want to keep architectural details.
What do you mean by, do you mean when you have the painters come in and actually strip the lead paint?
We take it off, and we take it to a professional stripper and have it stripped down so that it doesn't have anything on it. Is that covered by that?
If I couldn't speak to the specific there, I'm not familiar with that, okay. But if it is kind of industry standard abatement, then yeah, the hope would be that those federal dollars could help out.
When you take it down, you can put plastic over it, you pass the room, and then you put it up in a big bag, and you take it down to, they have strippers all over St. Louis, been in rehab for a long time, and they put it in a vat, they strip it, you can put it back up, then you don't lose all your architectural details.
Sure.
New walls and things like that. So that's what I'm saying. So I'm doing that, but what I really hear is that you're going to make me pay more money to the building division. Is that what? Because my permits now cost more. Is that right?
I'd have to review the bill to look at the. I don't recall if there's a change in the cost in the permit.
Okay. So Alderman from the 3rd Ward has always had problems about this bill.
He has, and so that's one of the reasons that the committee sub came out, because he had concerns over individuals with kind of the family home being affected by this. And that's one of the reasons that we went and said, okay, as much as I personally would love to see this affect every structure in the city, I understand the Alderman from the 3rd's concerns. We're certainly not trying to put an undue burden on the individual homeowner. When we really tried to target what specific issues we were trying to look at, we wanted to deal with as much of the lead as we could without putting an undue burden on people over the next set of years, and get that federal money in order to help folks who want to abate lead in general.
So I thought he also had some concerns, because my concerns was about minority contractors also being left out the process or changing the process. Do you know anything about that?
I know that a minority contractor came into committee and testified in favor of this.
A minority, I really do hate that. My black friend, I want to know if there is a group. I just told you the story of a minority contractor.
Sure. But like I said, I didn't invite anyone to the committee meeting. Someone did take it upon themselves to show up.
I was just asking you if you knew about his concerns, the Alderman from the 3rd's concerns about minority contractors.
We spoke on them, I guess, several months back now. We did speak on them. And I have, I think, addressed them to some extent at least, because one of his concerns was, is this bill too union friendly? And one of the things that we had to, that I had to go back and look at is, can you get this training without being in the union? And the answer to that question is yes. It's a 24-hour class, 8 hours over 3 days.
I remember us going over that before.
And there are lots and lots of folks who have taken it and will be able to take it.
And the lots and lots of folks who have taken it and will be able to take it, are those any minority contractors that you know of?
That have taken the class or will be able to take the class? Absolutely.
And they have passed, and now they are part of the remediation for lead.
Absolutely, and that's currently in the law. That's not a new requirement. That's currently in the law. We just wanted to make sure that it stayed in here because we need that to get this federal funding.
And is that, do we keep that list of minority contractors where? Any place in the city that you know of?
I don't have a list of minority contractors in specific.
Building division, or people who are in charge of minority inclusion, you don't know where it might be kept?
I couldn't speak to that.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Any further discussion? Alderman from the 3rd.
Thank you. Will the Alderman from the 24th yield for questioning?
Would the Alderman from the 24th yield to questions from the Alderman from the 3rd?
Yes.
Alderman, you may proceed.
Thank you. Can you walk me through a little bit of the training programs that we do have for individuals to become certified lead abatement workers?
I couldn't walk you through the specifics of the training. No, I haven't done the training. I know it's 24 hours of training, 8 hours over a 3-day period.
So it's 24 hours of training?
That's my understanding, yes.
All right. And it's 8 hours?
8 hours a day for 3 days.
All right. And do you know where they can get that training from, what school it is?
There are several places that you can get it here locally. I know that I had talked to the laborers about it to ensure that there are places. I believe there's one in Jefferson County, and then there's one further out that the various local 110, local 42, the laborers union uses a separate facility.
All right. So, I'm sorry. Did you say there were two places?
There's at least two. It's been some time since we stuck this in. It was after I met with you several months back, so it's not kind of right on the top of my head here.
Got you. And you said one of them was are both of them owned by the union, the training program?
No.
Great. So we got one independent, and then you said the laborers, right?
There's at least one independent. I believe there's maybe 2 independent ones, and then there is the laborers, yes.
Nice. Well, we definitely appreciate. So with the laborers, which was my question, or one of them, would people be able to go there and pay for training as well?
I'm sorry, could you, I just didn't hear you.
Would people be able to walk into the laborers facility and pay for training as well?
I believe that they will let you.
Okay. But
I'm not 100% positive on that, but I believe that they will, on this specific lead abatement stuff, I believe that you can take the class.
That would be awesome. And the reason I say that, because we know the unions work with a lot of people and you all have a lot of experience, so it'd be great for individuals to know when they go through a training program that they be able to be, certified to get out here and really, do the work and be able to help the city.
And one of the nice things about the various training facilities is that training stays with the worker. So rather than it staying with the contractor, which allows for more worker mobility, you actually have that certificate that says that you have completed this. So if you're working for a company that's not maybe treating you right, you go work for another company that will treat you right, and you take that certification with you, as opposed to the certification going with the contractor. It's the individual worker who is certified.
Yeah, that's what's up. And one of the things that we spoke about is making sure that individuals did have the opportunity to get some of this work, and that was, like we said, one of my concerns. One of the things I want to kind of speak about is the 2 training programs that we have. You said it's 24 hours, and it's 8 hours and the 24 hours a day that you can go for 3 days. So that's practically 24 hours. 24 hours that you do and you get.
Yeah, so it's
certified?
It's a 24-hour class total. It's typically done over a 3-day period of 8 hours each day to train.
Okay, gotcha. All right. So when we go through here what a lead abatement contractor is, these are the individuals that will be doing the work on actual abating surfaces that would possibly have lead on them, correct?
Yes.
All right. So we would, I guess, agree that these individuals would be looking at any surfaces that could potentially cause disruption in, I guess, lead, even unintended, right?
Yes.
All right, so I want to read real quick what lead abatement is. Therefore, we have a true understanding of that for folks that haven't had a chance to read it. Abatement includes, and you can look at line 7, page 4, or item 7, number 4, page 4. Abatement includes renovation, demolition, remodeling, landscaping, or other activities when such activities are not solely designed to either permanently, substantially eliminate lead-based paint hazards, but instead are designed to repair, restore, or remodel a given structure or dwelling when these activities may incidentally result in a reduction or elimination of lead-based paint hazards. That is, would you agree that that's abatement in this bill?
I believe that's what it says, yes.
All right, so would you agree that this right here also says that abatement is also renovation? Say for instance, a person just wanted to remove kitchen cabinets in their house that may have been there since the maybe 60s. They got an old style home. Would that be considered abatement? Because
I think if you look at the definition of dwelling, most people who are going to be just doing, a kitchen cabinet in their house, this bill's not going to apply to them.
Well, so it doesn't, I understand with the dwelling, right? But it says a giving structure or dwelling. When we look up what a structure is here in the definitions, let me get that. Let me get to it real quick. Yeah, excuse me. All right, here we go. One more page at a time. All right, a structure, page 14, letters KK. Structure means any built element, including single-family, owner-occupied dwellings, and vacant public or privately owned residential structures built before 1978. Would you agree that that line there on, well, I forgot what page it was. I think it was page 12 we was just on, but line 7, it says structure or dwelling. So,
Let me get this board bill in front of me.
Yes, sir, please. It's page 14. We can, if you want to go to page 4 first.
Yeah, I'm just pulling up this committee sub right now.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, I got it in front of me. You said page 4?
Yes, sir.
All right.
And where's it's line 4 as well.
Page 4, line 4.
Yes, sir. It says abatement includes renovation, demolition, remodeling, landscaping, or other activities, any activity, when such activities are not solely designed to either permanently, substantially eliminate lead-based paint hazards, which is clear in itself. Demolition, remodeling, anything could be remodeling, any type of renovation, landscaping outside your house, even if it's not solely designed to permanently deal with lead-based paint, that's considered abatement. But also instead are designed to repairing anything, restoring anything in the home, or remodel a given structure, which is what we'll get to on the next page, or dwelling, when those activities may incidentally result in a reduction or elimination of lead-based paint. So, any house from 1978 potentially, no matter what, whether it's in the soil, if that hasn't been touched in a while, it could be in the mortar, or those old cabinets that you have that's in a single family. So if we go to page 14, line 5.
Okay, page 14, line 5. Okay.
Line 7.
Sure.
It says structure. Structure means any built element, which means it's anything in our city, including, which they're very specific, a single family, owner occupied, which are individuals in those dwellings, and vacant public or private owned residential structures built before 1978. So, that is speaking to residents and individuals who just live in owner-occupied places and people who just, aren't in what would be considered a dwelling.
Sure. So I think I get where you're going here, and if I may, so even though it may be considered a dwelling, or a structure, excuse me, the abatement is specific only to the buildings that I had discussed that are larger than the 4 families. So if you look at page 23, the top of page 23.
Okay.
So there are exceptions for, your home.
All right, except as authorized by subsection B of this section, all lead abatement projects shall only be conducted by a lead abatement contractor. That's what we're getting to. That's what I wanted to speak to you about. Exceptions for own home. Only lead abatement contractors perform abatement projects. So that was my point, right? So a lead abatement contractor is an individual who has, and I'm trying to tie all this in, but we'll just start with this because you came to the page here. What I was alluding to is exactly what a lead abatement contractor is and what lead abatement is. So I want everybody that is in the room who lives in a house, who actually lives in a also apartment. If you own a house, this is something that we should read. Page 23(5). Only lead abatement contractors perform abatement projects. What is an abatement project? That's you remodeling your kitchen. That's you painting your kitchen. That's you pulling up carpet on your floors. That's you actually sanding your floors down. That is anything that you do inside your house that would be considered a repair or a renovation. We just read that on the other page. It's in writing. Now, only lead abatement contractors perform abatement projects except for own home, except as authorized by subsection B of this section. All lead abatement projects shall only be conducted by a lead abatement contractor in a manner so that it does not endanger the health of occupants, tenants, and also persons performing the abatement as outlined in this chapter. A natural person may personally perform lead abatement within a dwelling owned by a non-commercial owner unless a child residing in the building has been identified as having an elevated blood lead level. Prior to beginning such abatement,
So that means that you can do your own. That section B there, you can do your own. And in fact, we actually backed off some of the language there further down because the previous law included actual jail time for some of these, and we backed that down to a fine because. As we've discussed on many things, I don't think it's appropriate to be sending folks to jail for this type of thing unless there's, just grievous violations, and that would be something for, the state or the feds to look at, not us locally.
Which I certainly appreciate, without a doubt, man. You did say that you would take that out. Thank you very much, because people shouldn't be penalized for not having, and, just we're finally getting some money, which is we're thankful for. So, I appreciate you, doing that. So to finish it off here, said prior to, says a natural person, like he said, I agree with you, can perform your own lead abatement within a dwelling owned by a non-commercial owner. You can do this unless a child residing in the building who has been identified having an elevated blood level prior to beginning such abatement. So if you just remove the upon a child residing in a building, we'll just knock that out. So a natural person may perform lead abatement within a dwelling owned by a non-commercial owner. Prior to beginning such abatement, the owner shall consult with the Missouri Department of Health and Senior Services regarding the most effective method of conducting such lead abatement activities and of the proper procedures in performing those activities. Failure to make such prior notifications shall be punishable by a fine and the amount of court contention or jurisdiction deems appropriate, by in no case less than $500 together with attorney's fees and cost, and the market rate court deems appropriate. So my point in reading that was to do that abatement, which we know what abatement is, which is once again just removing your cabinets, painting your kitchen, regardless of whether you are a person, to be a person, just a natural one of us could. We have to go to the Missouri Department, per these laws, we have to go to the Missouri Department of Health and Senior Services to paint our kitchen?
No. If you're working on your own house, you can always do your own under subsection B there. And that exception includes your dwelling, which is up to the four families.
Well, no, this doesn't say that. Maybe I'm not reading this right? Am I tripping? It says a natural person may personally perform the lead abatement within a dwelling owned by a non-commercial owner prior to beginning such abatement. the owner shall, not maybe, but it shall consult with the Missouri Department of Health and Senior Services regarding the most effective method of conducting such lead abatement activities and of the proper procedures in performing those activities. Failure to make such prior notification shall be punishable by law, and you have to pay no less than $500. Like, once again, that's. Can you explain what that says? Can you explain B? It says that you can personally perform it, but you need to.
I'm trying to see what page you're on.
Okay, right here, it's page 23, B. It says that you can perform it, absolutely. If a child is in the house, you don't need to be doing it, which I get, especially if they have elevated blood levels. But right after that, it says to do that work. You gotta,
So
you gotta talk. So what is that? Is that not saying that? Can you explain
So
that
yeah,
to me?
the Department of Health and Senior Services. So you can just look on their website. Look on their website and make sure you're doing the abatement right. You can give them a call and make sure you're doing the abatement right. They can just weigh in on the best ways to actually remediate that the lead issue there. Whether, like I said before, whether it's encapsulating it, whether you're gonna actually strip it out and do something, whether there's some other way that DHSS thinks the best way to abate the lead issue is, and so it's just to make sure that people are doing it the right way. Because I think most people who are going to be doing that sort of work, even if you're just, say you want to make your kitchen bigger and you want to knock out a wall in your house. Most people don't want to poison the environment while they're doing that. I think most people would say, hey, I'll give DHSS a call, and they're going to say, hey, here's the steps to take, and you say, okay, that's what I'm going to do. Just to make sure that we're doing it right and that we don't keep that environmental lead hazard moving, hopefully, as the decades move forward.
Gotcha. So once again, if there is a failure to comply, so these folks will, you call them, and after you call them, they make a assessment. Do they write down a phone number? Do they?
You can just go on the website even, and it's there's information. Yeah.
How would we, or how would the person be notified that they can do the work? Do they get an email? Do we write it down?
Oh, you just need to have reached out to them, or to have checked the website to do any. This is just to encourage people to engage in best practices.
Right. I'm asking, how would we know to find them that they did not call?
Well, I think if that would be something for the building division to be looking at and saying, okay, you're typically going to see that in the repeat offenders, and you're not likely to see that in someone doing work to their own home, frankly. We're trying to narrowly tailor this legislation enough to where we're going to be able to deal with the bad actors while leaving grandma and grandpa alone.
Gotcha.
We're not trying to put an undue burden on the individual homeowners. I own a home. It's from before 1978. There's work that needs to be done on it. So I absolutely understand.
So it would be the building division then who would be responsible for collecting that information from the Health and Human Services, the Missouri Department of Health and Senior Services?
Yeah, DHSS. And so really this is just when you pull, whatever permits you need, just going to say, okay, have you reached out to DHSS about this? Okay, yeah, I went on the website. I know how to, do the work to the way that DHSS says to. You're good.
Got you. So you pull permits. That's all right. So you pull permits as a homeowner, and then they would give you instructions to call the Missouri Department of Health and Human Services to do the work.
Not to do the work.
I mean, not to do, but to get best practices and.
Yeah. So that you understand.
So
the idea is just to kind of educate the individual who's not doing this on a commercial basis, because I believe that most people want to do the right thing here. Most people don't want lead in their houses, around their children. They don't want to, make their neighborhood any worse off with lead than many neighborhoods already are. I think most people want to do the right thing here, and this is just saying, hey, check with these folks on best practices for whatever the specifics of the job that you're trying to do is. They'll let you know, hey, I think you should encapsulate this. Hey, if you need to scrape this, do this. Hey, if you need to run a sledgehammer through a wall, here's what you need to do. Hey, you're trying to knock down a whole building, here's what I would do. You know, and the way that you're going to be looking at each of those, the ways that you would abate things is going to differ based on the job and the scope of the job.
Okay, so thank you. But it'd be, once again, the building division that would give you that information when you go to try to pull a permit.
So yeah, you'll pull the permit, and before you begin the work, you just need to literally just go on DHSS's website.
All right, so to get that building permit, if we go back to page 4, this is any regular homeowner. So just make sure we get these definitions right quick. The building permit, line 12. Building means any structure built before 1978, excluding any dwelling. Building permit means any permit issued by the building division involving abatement, renovation, or demolition of a building or structure before 1978. So we know what a building permit is right quick. So let's get to, wait. Now we go to a lead abatement project, right? So we know what a building permit is. We know that homeowners have to contact the Department of Health and the Department of Health and Senior Services to do any renovations. That's what it says, because it is a renovation. Renovation doesn't have to be solely designed for lead. So when you go to page 8, section 15 or line 15. We look at what a lead abatement project is. It means the abatement of lead-based hazards in any lead-bearing substance outlined by an independent EPA-certified lead risk assessor on a report submitted in conjunction with an application for a building permit for the demolition, renovation, or abatement of any building, structure, or dwelling defined in. So, once again, that's a project. So that's anything you do in your house is considered a project. So to do these projects, you have to have it outlined by an independent EPA certified lead risk assessor on a report submitted in conjunction with an application for a building permit. So to get that building permit, an EPA certified lead risk assessor must come in your house. So let's find out what a lead risk assessor is. And in fact, we can stay right here because we already heard page 8, line 15, line 19. So we know what a lead abatement project is. So right now, to get a permit to do anything in your house, it'd be considered a lead abatement project. The lead abatement project notification, which is what you have to do when you try to do this project, you have to notify the Department of Health and Human Services. Let's read this, line 19. All information and documentation which will be submitted to the Missouri Department of Health and Senior Services at least 10 days prior to the onset of a lead abatement project in accordance with 709.309, the Missouri.
A lot of this is existing under the current code. A lot of the abatement that needs to be done. We haven't tightened up a lot of that stuff. A lot of that's been in place since folks realized, hey, all this stuff pre-1978 is problematic when you run a wrecking ball through it.
Yes, sir. Well, we are tightening up the bill, so it's good, it's there, so we want to read it. Once again, we know what a lead abatement project is. We know that a lead abatement project notification, that wasn't all. Remember, at least 10 days prior to the onset of a lead abatement project. If you turn over to page 9, section 4, we'll just kind of read this. Documentation of the actual dates and times of the projects, the names of the on-site independent certified supervisor. Now, once again, we know to get this done in your house, you have to have an independent lead, it's called a lead abatement project. You have to also have the lead abatement project notified, right? And once again, we want to continue to read this. The names, the names of the people, the names of the on-site independent certified supervisor, which means you have to have an independent certified supervisor and lead abatement workers or workers who will be performing the work on the project along with copies of all current EPA certifications.
So
We'll go through this. Can I
So
finish?
the reason for that is similar to what we saw with the asbestos bill. We wanted to get away from the idea that the same person doing the work could be the one doing the inspections to see if lead was present. We don't want the fox guarding the hen house. There's an incentive to not find problems on jobs. And so we want the person who's doing the job to bid it out correctly, knowing what they may need to remediate there to ensure that we don't have this environmental hazard.
I agree. I get it. You shouldn't have the fox in the hen house. So, but with this in particular, I understand that that's what you all were trying to do, and you actually outlined that in another part of the bill. This itself is what what I'm trying to portray is that this says that you have to have the names of the on-site independent certified supervisor, which means you have to have an independent.
Yeah, someone needs to come and do the inspection. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So to come and to paint your kitchen, you have to have an on-site independent certified
not
supervisor.
to paint your kitchen. You don't need permits to paint your kitchen.
But you do per this ordinance because it says any renovations in any structure. That's what we're going down. It is very technical, but these are laws, so they can be used in many different ways.
Sure.
So I understand the intent is in there, but it is possible under these definitions. Once again, a definition, we'll go back through it real quick. That's why I wanted to take our time and give you the time to answer, Once again, any abatement project, any abatement, any renovation, that's an abatement. We'll just stop there. Any renovation or repair, that's abatement through this bill. Any structure, that's a house per this bill. Any project that you do is a lead abatement project per this bill. Any project that you do has to have a lead abatement project notification per this bill. So with that, every single project also has to have an independent EPA certified lead risk assessor. So we didn't go through who that person is who actually.
If you go down to page 13, line 17, renovation is also a defined term because you can certainly paint, as you indicated. But what you can't do is strip existing lead paint because that is an abatement. If you're seeking to encapsulate existing lead paint, you're fine. If you're going to scrape lead paint, then you need to go through this process.
Okay, so it says, I hear you, page 13, line 17, renovation means the modification of any structure. We'll stop there.
Well,
the modification
we can't
of
stop
any
there.
structure. Well, I don't mean stop. I just wanted to make a point there. My bad. I wasn't going to stop reading. Or a portion thereof that results in the disturbance of painted surfaces. The term renovation includes, but is not limited to, the removal, modification, or repair of painted surfaces or painted components, e.g., of painted doors, surface restoration, window repair, surface preparation activities such as sanding, scraping, or other such activities that may generate paint dust, or removal of building components, walls, ceiling, plumbing, windows. Once again, that's plumbing. That has nothing to do with paint. Walls, that's you like wanting to knock some drywall down. Weatherization projects, that's you putting plastic up on your windows or whatever we do to weatherize the houses. Cutting holes in painted surfaces to install blown-in insulations or to gain access to attics, planting thresholds to install weather stripping, interim controls that disturb painted surfaces, renovation performed for the purpose of converting a building or part of the building into target housing or child-occupied facility is a renovation. So every person who has a child in this city, everybody, everybody's house, no matter what you do in it, is considered a renovation at this point, right? Now, there says at the end, the term renovation does not include minor repair and maintenance activities, but that also is not outlined in the bill, what minor repair is or what maintenance activities is. It just says it, so it's left for us to infer, or up to the individual who is deciding whether or not this permit should go forward in this way or the other. So with that being said, everybody who has a child in the city of St. Louis, any renovation you do per this ordinance is a renovation. Like, no matter what you do in your house, it's, once again, it says it. The definitions are here. If we want to clean it up,
but
and
I think that exception is quite clear. I don't think that the building division is going to be coming after people for minor repairs, and I think a judge is certainly going to be reading the plain language of the bill. When you don't define something, you just go to the plain language. And a minor renovation, we all know what a minor renovation is. I trust the judges to use their judgment on that. This isn't meant to target any individual, particularly not non-commercial folks. I appreciate the concern that you have, that that you're trying to stick up for the members in your community and make sure that that we're not putting an undue burden on them.
Not just my community, it's your community as well. This is everybody, because
absolutely.
Some people, everybody that's living in the Central West End ain't living good just because you live there. Folks that ain't, some people living in some of the best places in the city, that don't mean that they're not living check to check as well. So people,
100% agree.
So without a doubt, this is not just for my people. This is looking out for as many people as we can, because half the city was built before 1978. So nobody
more than
should
that,
be,
I imagine.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. So, if we jump into what an independent certified inspector is, like you said, that you don't think the city of St. Louis will be going that deep into it, but per this person, it's a little bit different. The independent certified inspector means a person who individually holds a current valid certification as a certified inspector under 40 CFR, as amended from time to time, and neither the inspector individually nor the business entity on behalf of who's performing the work shall share any common ownership nor common employees with any person or business entity appearing on the application for the building permit, or persons or businesses, entities performing the work as a contractor. So that goes, let me finish this up, contractor or otherwise qualifies as a lead abatement contractor under this section, right? So you got the independent certified inspector, the independent certified risk assessor is the, pretty much the same thing from there. And then you got the independent certified supervisor. So all of these people are independent of the city of St. Louis, right?
Yeah.
So that's where we get into. So to have these renovations done in your home, you have to have an independent certified risk assessor. You have the independent certified.
I believe that's currently the case. That's not a new thing under this.
What the new thing is, all of the fact that remediation also is renovation. That's new. That is very, very new. That wasn't in the old. So that's why we're having this conversation, because
sure.
What it says is that, once again, when you renovate your house, renovation is also under it says it, like the definition of renovation, and then it says right here what lead abatement is. So any renovation is a lead abatement, and that's what I'm getting to. If you want to remodel your kitchen, like, period, whether you have lead in it or not, you have to get you have to get an independent risk assessor to come in your house. Then you have to have an independent
so when you pull
certified
permits,
inspector, and then you have to have an independent certified supervisor there, and that's an undue. We know we're gonna foot the cost on that. The city's not paying that. Those are the individuals who are needing to get that work done, or being forced to get that work done, and that is homeowners. Those are individuals.
I think that's just the cost of doing lead abatement, and the hope is by passing this bill that we have access to that $700 million to abate these issues, because yes, there is a cost associated with it. There absolutely is.
Yes, sir.
And we need to be looking to remediate that lead one way or another. So we're going to have to do it with those federal dollars or without those federal dollars. And I'd rather for everyone to have some access to those federal dollars rather than leave money on the table and have our communities either remain full of lead or have the burden of remediating that lead put on the individuals.
Well, so it is put on the individuals, though. So at 60%, we force them to accept our ability to fix their homes and then put a 10-year lien on their house and then force them to pay the extra 40% that they haven't put in the budget. You have people that are on fixed income. And I will say that there are a lot of seniors right now throughout the entire city of St. Louis who are holding on by a thread, to pay their loans back every month. If they own their homes, they're holding on, just trying to survive. So, us putting an undue burden on them, of course we want to fix the city up. But, once again, my thing, and I keep on saying, if this is about lead abatement on large projects, we should have just kept it 100% germane to the large projects, right? Anybody who wants to do things within their house right now, because, everybody's struggling. We just came off COVID, and then when you really, and we're going to dive into this as well, when you start digging into who can do these projects, it gets way, way more expensive. It gets extremely expensive. So
a lot of this doesn't apply to non-commercial homeowners. So you're welcome to do the work on your own home without having to jump through all of these hoops necessarily.
Well, not necessarily, because in the bill you have to jump through the hoops. Like right here, we just said you have to, even if you just are remodeling the kitchen.
Because remember that dwelling language exempts a lot of stuff from this. So if you're talking about your own home, you don't need to do a lot of the stuff that you're concerned about.
Right. So the problem comes down to, right, it also says structure. So that does say that in my own home, I have to adhere to some rules and regulations, not all of them within the documentation.
And some of that's from coming down from upon high on us. There's certainly environmental rules in here that I didn't come up with.
Understood. And with that, and that's why I'm speaking about it, because it is important for us to know, that this will affect individuals who are not commercial owners as well. That's really important. So we'll move from that, because there's just a few points that I want to make. I don't want to just dwell on that one.
Sure.
The next point is, when we get down to the individuals who actually can do the work, we know what abatement is. We know it's a renovation. And we know that all renovations need to have a certified lead inspector that does the actual work. So when we get to that, lead abatement contractor means any person, and this is starting at page 7, line 22. Lead abatement contractor, and if you flip over to 8, any person as identified in subsection EE that participates in a registered apprenticeship program under 29 CFR Part 29 Subpart A that yearly graduates registered apprentices and teaches practices and safety techniques used in and particular to lead abatement. Number 2, only employs persons on lead abatement projects who individually hold current certifications through an accredited training program under 40 CFR. Then to ensure lead abatement contractors is a true neutral third party. I don't even have to read that. I think that's great. That's, so when we get down to, give me 1 second. What page is this? All right, so to be a lead abatement contractor, you have to be a person that participates in a registered apprenticeship program that yearly graduates registered apprentices and teaches practices and safety techniques, right?
Yeah, that's that 24-hour class, and that's already a regulation. That's not a new thing. And in fact, I did get a text while we were discussing. I believe that SLU also has one, so you don't have to go as far out as I was initially thinking.
Okay, so are we sure that SLU has one?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Are we sure that SLU has one?
Yeah, I believe so. I just got a text saying that, at least. I haven't gone out and checked with SLU while I've been on the floor here, but assuming that someone is not reaching out to try and mislead this process.
100%. That's appreciated. All right. So, how many programs do we have once again in the city that yearly graduates registered apprentices?
In the city itself. So it seems like there's that SLU one, and I'm not sure if 110s is in the city or not, in the city proper or not, but this is where, everyone in the region doing this work is going to these. You have to currently. That's the EPA,
Understood. All right. So does each person that is working under a lead abatement contractor have to have a lead abatement certification?
Yes.
Every single person?
Yeah.
Okay. And the only way to get those certifications is to once again go through
that 24-hour
apprenticeship
training
program. And we only have 2.
There's more than that in the region. So
Just in the
SLU has
city?
one, the laborers have one. There's one out in Jefferson County, I believe, and then throughout the state there'll be more as well.
Okay. But once again, we got 2 though, right?
There's more than 2 I just listed. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, but just 2 in the city, possibly?
Yeah, like I said, I'm not
Maybe
sure
2 or
where the laborers is, but if you're a laborer, you go through theirs. But there are other programs also available. If you don't want to go through the laborers for whatever reason, there are additional programs.
Okay. How many businesses or contractors in the city would you say, well, and this is very difficult, but I won't even ask you that. Would you agree that there's hundreds of companies that are looking to contract their services in the city to do work for the city or to do projects in the city?
Do you mean, I just want to make sure I understand your question. There's hundreds of companies that would seek to be doing this abatement work throughout the city?
Right.
I don't know if there's hundreds, but certainly there's many, many companies out there
Many
that would be interested in the work.
Understood. So, once again, per this ordinance, to only do lead abatement work, you have to be a lead abatement company, a lead abatement contractor, right?
You need to have the licensure. I mean, a lot of these companies, you'll hold more than one license so that you can do work in different areas. But you're going to want to have, if you're consistently in the business of doing rehabs, demolitions, things like that, a lot of these companies are going to have workers that have multiple certifications that they hold and keep current in order to make sure that they can have access to all the various work.
All right. You know how many people graduate from these classes per year?
I couldn't really tell you.
Okay.
And again, that's something that's already there. That's not like a new thing. In order to do lead abatement work, you've had to have had this already previously.
So the difference is, and the reason I'm bringing that up, right? I understand that was the kind of how it's been, but once again, what we said was different just a few minutes ago is renovation is also lead abatement, right? Would you agree?
In a commercial setting.
And well, it doesn't say in a commercial setting. It just says it doesn't say.
We're going around and around.
Well, I mean, can we read the definitions again? Because it does not say that in the definitions that it's commercial.
So
it says renovations
with
are applicable to.
So non-commercial, page 5, line 11, lays out the non-commercial.
Well, I see that. That's what a dwelling. That's letting you know what a dwelling is not. But we also have what a structure is, which is what we brought up. What I is. So it also makes sure that they hit. We hit everything else there, which is where's the definition at? Well, we don't have to. We don't have to read it again. But we know what the structure is, right? That's any building in the city. So we know what a dwelling is. That's what the definition of a dwelling is. But we also know that it explicitly states dwelling or structures, right? We went through that. The point that I'm making with this is the way that this is different is a lead abatement contractor under the new definitions is anybody who does any renovations within the city. That's a lead abatement contractor at this point.
If you're doing commercial
Anything
work,
that you do, if you're certified,
yeah,
it doesn't even have to be about lead. You'll be considered a lead abatement contractor.
Yeah, so if you're going to be running a sledgehammer through walls that have lead paint on them, you need to know how to abate.
And you need
the
to be a lead
issue.
abatement contractor, regardless. But that once again, that's the way to become a lead abatement contractor is to go through an apprenticeship program.
Yeah, and so there's
what
also a date specific in there.
Oh, it is. We're gonna get to that real
yeah,
quick.
So
Yes,
this to not create a burden. If you're currently doing this work, this is for newer people getting into the work to make sure that people are getting trained. This isn't. If you've been doing this work the whole time, I'm going to assume you know what you're doing.
Right. But so with that being said, it's not really articulated here in the bill. So what we get into, and I'll go ahead and get to my point with this, a lead abatement contractor, which is what I keep trying to allude to, is an individual who does any renovation in the city. And to become a lead abatement contractor, you have to go through an actual apprenticeship program. If we only have a few apprenticeship programs and we got hundreds of individuals that will be looking to get a little bit of this money, when you go to page 9, flip it over on page 14, it says a lead abatement worker means a person employed by a lead abatement contractor working on a lead abatement project, which is any project in the city, who is trained by a program accredited by the EPA, delivering a minimum of 16 training hours with a minimum of 8 hours devoted to hands-on training activities as prescribed by 40 CFR and amended from time to time, and it's employed with a lead abatement contract. At this time, ordinance becomes law. That point.
So those are the federal regulations there. So
okay.
Yeah.
And then it says starting 60 days after this ordinance becomes law, any abatement worker working for a lead abatement contractor must also have graduated from or is contemporaneously enrolled in a registered apprentice program. Now, my issue with this is that says that every single contractor in the city, regardless of who you are, has to go through a lead abatement training program, whether he wants to do lead abatement or not. Because to be a contractor in the city and do any renovation at that point, you have to be a lead abatement contractor.
If you're doing lead abatement work, and yes, I mean,
But
lead abatement is a
work
pretty
is renovation at this point. That's what I'm saying.
lead abatement's a pretty wide
it's
subject
anything.
at this point, because anytime you're talking about disturbing existing lead, you're getting into lead abatement work.
But we don't.
And
even
that's how we get the environmental hazard. And so we're trying to deal with the hazard. And again, this isn't about your individual house. I know that you've been kind of conflating structure and dwelling. If you look at page 5, line 9, it lays out that.
Right. It lays out about the dwelling. Like, I get that 100%. What I'm making a point is
so
now
not every structure
single
is a
person in
dwelling.
the city, every person, whether you're doing lead abatement or not, per this ordinance, to do work in the city, you have to go through an apprenticeship program and have people going through it, because lead abatement now becomes renovation, which is why we made the point of, right before I started getting to this particular point, that we said the change in the bill is renovation. It is lead abatement now is renovating. So renovating, regardless of who you are and what company you are, you have to go through now an apprentice program to do any work. That's all I'm getting to.
Sure,
and
yeah.
there's only a few companies.
If you're going to be upsetting the existing lead anywhere in the city of St. Louis,
or no lead at all,
you're going to need to.
Because it says once again that the definition of lead abatement isn't solely about removing lead. It actually says it could be renovation as well. So I get what you're saying. That's not the, what we think that the board building division will be doing, but this is in the bill. It actually says it, that lead abatement is renovation. So anybody that wants to do work in the city has to become a lead abatement contractor, regardless if they're going to go in somebody's house and knock a wall down or remodel a kitchen.
Absolutely.
You have to go through a certified class in lead remediation, even if you're not remediating lead.
But you are remediating. If you're running a sledgehammer through a wall that has lead paint, if you're
if the house
scraping walls, if you're doing demolitions of anything that's before 1978 and it hasn't been abated, there's lead there. And so we want the folks who are doing that work to understand the environmental hazard, the hazard to the community, and the hazard to themselves.
Yes, sir, but this doesn't say that hasn't been previously abated. That means if somebody actually previously abated
Well,
the
that's what
house-
that inspector is for. Because if it's already been abated, then it's not a lead abatement project. You need the inspector there to come out to determine whether there's lead.
Right, and that's, so once again, you have to get the inspector out to determine whether that's lead, that's fine. To do the work, regardless if they find out that there's no lead in the house, if you have zero lead in your house,
Then you're going to get the all clear, and it's not a lead abatement project.
but it still has to be a lead abatement company that does the work. Whether it's a lead abatement project or not, everything in the city now under this is considered a lead abatement project. That's what the language says. Every renovation is a lead abatement project because it's not solely designed for lead abatement. It's right here. So
hold on for 1 second here. I got some crosstalk going on here. I want to make sure I can hear you.
I got you. So once again, per this, every project is lead abatement. Every one of them. Like I know you. Like, do you disagree with the language that's in the bill? It says every project. It says that lead abatement is renovation.
So if you're doing commercial work, then you're going to want to have these certifications in general. If you're a person doing work on your own house, you don't. This doesn't apply to you. This is about making sure that the companies that are out there doing the work are doing it the right way, not putting lead into the environment, not just doing fly-by-night work, making sure that they're actually successfully abating the lead. And like I said, it's going to allow us access to that pot of $700 million, which I think is something in a city where we know that the majority of children have lead in their blood, and there's a federal package with $700 million, and we can abate that. It's worth, to me at least, it's worth, okay, so the workers doing this, they got to take a 3-day class.
But that's even if you're not remediating lead. And then all your workers have to pay for that class. How much is each class?
I couldn't speak to the specifics. There are many different ones. I believe also St. Louis Community College has one, but that's not going to be in the city itself, I don't believe.
Are you aware that the county has a program as well, but they foot the bill for their residents 100%?
Could you be more specific with that? A program on what?
The county has a lead remediation program, and they come in and remediate the lead for their residents at 100%.
That's great.
And we have the capacity. Obviously, we're getting $800 million.
Yeah, that's what this is about. Is trying to get our hands on those federal dollars so that we can get this stuff done.
Is it possible for us to possibly foot the bill as well at do 100%? If it's coming from the federal government, it's not necessarily coming right out of our pockets.
I think that'll be determined largely on how many of those dollars we can get our hands on. And we need a program like this set up so that we can apply for those funds. So the first step is getting those dollars in. Then how we allocate those dollars will I guess, be up to the next group of folks to occupy this room. So whether they want to say, hey, we're going to put this directly to the homeowners, whether they say, hey, we want to pay for the workers to train, whether, that's going to be a legislative question for the next body.
So once again, I think you're going to have a whole lot of workers that are going to be out of work because of this. And an undue cost on folks right now is pretty unneeded, especially for homeowners. This most certainly talks about dwellings, but it also talks about structures. So, I just want to make that perfectly clear. And the last thing I'd like to ask you is how much time do people have when they've been violated before they have to leave their homes to get it, to get it remediated?
There's nothing in here about removing anyone from their homes. Could you just let me know what kind of your main concern is, and that way I can try and address that concern?
Well, that's what my main concern is. Every single person in the city that has a company right now is going to be forced to go through a training program to learn how to remediate lead, even if they are not lead remediators. That's number one. Number two, I see right here, and we keep on saying this is about dwellings, but this also is about structures, which are homeowners. Like, if this is about one thing, then it should be about that one particular thing. And if we're going to, have anything in it for homeowners, it shouldn't be this confusing. And for those folks who didn't read it and have not had the chance to, they will be questioning and wondering when they try to go get any permit for anything, why they have to have 3 extra costs associated with it, would be the risk assessor, which would be the supervisor that needs to be there, and it'll be the independent. Let me see, it wasn't the risk assessor. Once again, 3 people. So those are my concerns, and I'll leave it at that. I rise in opposition of the bill. I think we need to tighten it up, like you said before. There are some things that we could tighten up. And I don't think that we shouldn't have lead remediation in our wards, but it's a way to do it.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman from the 24th, you are recognized to close.
I renew my motion.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 24th, seconded by the Alderwoman or the Alderman from the 23rd, that we perfect Board Bill number 184, Committee Substitute. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Alderwoman Tyus. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Thank you. Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley. Alderwoman Evans. Alderman Page. Alderwoman Ingracia. Alderman Coder. Alderwoman Rice. Alderman Gunther. Alderman Balmer. I'm sorry, Alderman Balmer, I didn't hear you. Thank you. I'm sorry, Alderman Lappy. Alderman Stevens. Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderwoman Howard. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderwoman Peel. Alderman Todd. Alderwoman Davis. I'm sorry, Alderwoman, I didn't hear you. Thank you. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Walker. Alderman Vaccaro. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Gross. President Green.
Aye.
Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Coder. Alderwoman Howard. Alderman Cone. 22 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 2 voted present.
By your vote, you have sustained the motion from the Alderman from the 24th on the perfection of Board Bill 184, Committee Substitute.
Board Bill 175, sponsored by Alderman Gunther, President Green, Alderman Narayan, and Alderman Coder. An ordinance recommended by the Planning Commission pertaining to the zoning code of the City of St. Louis, codified entitled 26 of the Revised Code of the City of St. Louis, repealing Section 1 of Ordinance Number 70982 as codified in Section 26.08.321 of the Revised Code of the City of St. Louis, and enacting in lieu thereof a new Section 26.08.321 of the Revised Code, amending Section 2 of Ordinance Number 70982 as codified in Chapter 26.70 of the Revised Code to comport with Amendment 3 to the Missouri Constitution and containing a severability clause and an emergency clause.
Alderman from the 9th, you are recognized on the perfection of Board Bill number 175.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for perfection of Board Bill 175.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 9th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 8th, that we perfect Board Bill 175. Alderman, you may proceed.
Thank you again, Madam President. I have on everyone's desk and in the drive a floor substitute for Board Bill 175. This bill last week, it passed unanimously out of the HUD's committee, but then after it passed out of the HUD's, we were talking with the zoning department, and they just had a couple additions, grammatical errors, sort of things in there. So if you look at the floor substitute that is on everyone's desk, and also in the drive, basically on page 10, there's on line 8, it was the underlined part where we added the comprehensive medical dispensary, line 9, or section 9, also adding comprehensive marijuana dispensary. Then on page 11, number 12, added comprehensive marijuana dispensary, and section B, the same thing, comprehensive marijuana dispensary. And then right below that on page 11, by what was already struck out as line item number 2. So then from there, we changed just the numbers. So essentially, the bill's the same. We just had a number of kind of grammar issues that we had to clean up with it. So I would like to move for the adoption of Board Bill 175 floor substitute.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 9th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 8th, that we adopt Board Bill number 175 floor substitute. Any discussion? Alderman from the 24th. Sorry, did I?
Thank you, Madam President. On the
Hold on, I think that there's a point of order from the Alderman from the 7th.
Are we putting this in front of us or voting to perfect the floor sub?
We're putting the floor sub in front of us.
Okay, thank you.
On the floor substitute, just to be kind of hyper technical here, it doesn't include myself and Alderman Coder, who had asked to co-sponsor. I certainly don't want to add Alderman Coder's name, but I want to make sure that my name is included on the floor substitute as well.
Madam Clerk, please make note of that. Any more discussion before we adopt the floor substitute? Alderwoman from the 1st.
No, I want to speak to once we get the entire thing before.
Okay, any further discussion? Any further discussion? It's been moved by the Alderman from the 9th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 8th, that we adopt Board Bill number 175 committee substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Alderman from the 9th, you're now recognized on the perfection of Board Bill 175 floor substitute.
Thank you, Madam President. Just to kind of give a summary, in last November, the state of Missouri has voted on and passed recreational marijuana use in the state of Missouri. So a year ago, when we had the vote for medicinal marijuana, I believe it was Board Bill 2, sponsored by the Alderman from the 7th, that basically outlined all of the uses for medicinal facilities, the sales, the production, the growing, all those items. Now that the state of Missouri has a recreational use of it, this board bill is simply taking what we already had, what we had already passed through the board, and just adding in there that it's not only medicinal, but it's also recreational, which is what they call the comprehensive marijuana use. So those are that's the only changes. All of our zoning issues stay the same on different what areas are zoned. There's a chart in there that kind of outlines what areas by what zoning are allowed to have either growing facilities, dispensaries, or manufacturing plants. So all those stay the same. It's just adding in there that we are now, our state of Missouri is recreational. So with that, I'd be happy to take the questions that may have been on the floor here.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman from the 12th.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I'd just like to speak on Board Bill 175 floor substitute.
You may proceed.
Thanks. First and foremost, I believe it was right before the proceedings of today's meeting that the state of Missouri actually allowed for the formal recreational sale of cannabis in the state of Missouri. So to anyone who is involved in that business or is watching or so on and so forth. Congratulations to you. However, I would like to ask, in addition, I'd like to ask to be added as a co-sponsor of Board Bill 175, floor substitute. And with
Madam
that, I yield
Clerk,
back.
please make note of that.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the first.
Thank you. Madam President, members of the board, if the sponsor would yield.
Alderman from the ninth, will you yield for questions from the alderman from the first?
I sure will.
Alderwoman, you may proceed.
Thank you. First thing, I'm glad that you got a lot of the errors out, because some of the things you were talking about, like on page 8 of 2 of your, and page 9 of, I'm sorry, it says page 8 of 2, but I think it's 8 of 12, maybe?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, page 1 says page 1 of 12.
I'm like, how can it be 8 of 2, but it should be.
Not. Yep.
Right, okay, so, but, so what I was really concerned about, because in your original bill, it had under, in your zoning allowances, it had an A, and I didn't see anything, but now I see that should have been in A. But what my concern, and I want to just see if you might hear a friendly amendment, is that when you look at page 10 of 12, and it's on page 11 of 12 on your amendment, section B, it talks about the facility shall be located and operated from a permanent and fixed structure and may not be located in a trailer, cargo, container, or motor vehicle, and the structure shall not be mobile or operated from a transitory location. So I want to talk about gas stations and see if there's some place in there that you could add a gas station. One of the things that has happened from the state of Missouri with gambling is that all these gas stations, if you know it or not, have all these little, what is not supposed to be gambling, they have somehow decided to have gambling in these places, and they're all over the place. And they are up against people's houses and causing a big problem, and nobody's enforcing it from the state. So I don't have any problem with your board bill. I just do have problems with saying that right now a gas station could be a permanent location and structure, and people who break the law have found ways to do things that we never envisioned for them to do. And would you be opposed to having something in there that says it couldn't be in a gas station?
Alderwoman from the first, I'm actually not opposed to that at all. I do believe there's a handful of other issues in there, such as the 24 armed security guards that are required to go with facilities, odor mitigation and things. So I think there are a handful of things in there, but I don't have a single problem with that at all. If there will be a friendly amendment as to.
And I'll look at the proper place, if you don't mind, just because
Yeah.
I just put it at the end of that because I
Yeah.
didn't. Do you know where it is, where it says what other places can be? Because I can move it there. I just don't want it to be there.
I think number 1 there, where it talks about permanent fixtures, permanent structures, I think that's a great place for it.
Okay, let me just explain. In North St. Louis, we're having a problem with gas stations. Ever since while I was gone from the board, we allowed gas stations to sell liquor. It has just been an influx. You can't move or throw a stone without there's a gas station. And normally they're not supposed to be there, but our Board of Adjustment just does not give a damn about North St. Louis, and so they let them go every place. And the people who live there complain all the time. They got pollution driving up to their houses. They're letting them stay up open 24 hours a day. I'm scared of conditional uses now, I want you to know, because they don't do anything in North St. Louis with a conditional use. Then if you go, I want you to go to the gas station at the corner of Boyle and Lindo. And they have to have a brick wall. They can't sell liquor. They can't sell lottery. Just go over there and visit it, okay? But none of that kind of restriction is put on North St. Louis. So I just want a blanket. It cannot be in a gas station for all those people who are now doing the lottery.
Yeah, I'm just looking through this, Alderwoman from the first. I'm also like in that next page, you know, section 4, facility hours are limited to 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. So, I mean, I feel like there's a handful of things in here that would disqualify
They would
gas
just sell
stations.
it during that time. They wouldn't, you know, they would do it during that time, 8 to 4, but that's what they've been able to get around the state law. That's why I want a blanket. You cannot put it here, or you cannot put it in a gas station that's within 1,000 feet of residential properties. I'm just trying to keep them from being and doing, because I've called the state about all this gambling, going these places, and they're like, well, we didn't mean it for that, but somehow we left a loophole, kind of like the loophole we left for the Rams, that they could leave after so many years if we didn't fix up their stadium. So I just want a blanket, it can't be there. Because the people on the Board of Adjustments do not protect North St. Louis at all. And if there's a better place,
separate line.
right up under what is not allowed. We put 2. Facility shall not be located at a gas station or a gas station within 1,000 feet of residential. I can even, because I don't care if it's a gas station, if it's in a commercial area, that's not, but if they were commercial, we're having a lot of things put in our neighborhood.
Alderwoman, could you please speak into the mic so
Oh,
we
I'm
can
sorry.
hear you?
I'm so sorry. I'm having my own private conversation with him.
Yeah. Alderwoman, I believe that under that section B, you know, so we, like I said, we already changed, on that first line, we added the comprehensive marijuana dispensary facility. Then because line 2 was struck, then we went ahead and we changed what was 3 to 2, what was 4 is 3, et cetera, all the way down to what was 9 is 8. I believe after that, if we just put in line 9,
Okay.
a new line 9,
I don't have a problem with that.
yeah,
If that's,
and that's
if it-
fine. And I would say that that we would put, you know, recreational marijuana facilities shall not be located in gas stations.
That's fine with me. But I really was also, so the dispensary facility and comprehensive dispensing facility, is that related to recreation?
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, so we actually should put comprehensive marijuana dispensary facility.
wanted-
Yes, correct, absolutely
I just wanted
correct.
to be correct,
Yeah,
okay?
Yeah, because that was the cleaning up we did of all the other sections. So comprehensive marijuana dispensary facility.
Okay, on line 9?
It would be a new line 9.
Okay, is there anyone who's requesting that that be reduced to writing? Because otherwise we can do a friendly amendment that is not reduced to writing. I think it's the problem.
Alderwoman, are you willing to give up the floor so I could call on the Alderman
yes.
from the 24th?
Yes.
Alderman from the 24th?
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to make sure that we're moving with some caution here because we may very well be setting ourselves up for litigation with this. If there has been, and I can't speak to whether there has been or not, but whether there has been a license issued for any given location that's inside a gas station, and I'm not aware of one, but if there was one, then I believe that license holder would likely sue the city and prevail on that suit since the state has given them permission to operate there.
Are Alderman from the 24th, are you asking for
Yeah,
the Alderwoman from the
will-
first to yield?
Will the Alderwoman from the first yield?
Yes.
Okay, Alderman from the...
So, based on what I said, do you have any feedback?
I do. I do. We can clean that up saying as the date that this legislation is signed, no more. So then if it's already been done, we're not doing retroactive. And if there's not been any, We've done it, okay?
I think that'd be perfect. I just want to make sure that we don't step in anything and have to sort it out with the state, and it'd be a big mess.
So then it would read, the facility, or whatever the proper terms, shall not be located in a gas station that has not been awarded a contract as of the date of this legislation becomes law.
That would work for me.
Annie, I'm sorry, Alderwoman from the, I can't do that. Madam President, I was just trying to have a sidebar with the Alderwoman from the 8th to see if that was okay with her.
Okay. Let me first make sure. Alderman from the 24th, are you done with your line of questioning?
Yes, I yield the floor.
Then I will go back to the Alderwoman from the 1st if she would like to inquire from the Alderwoman of the 8th.
I would like to inquire from the Alderwoman from the 8th, and this is no thing for attorneys, and the Alderman from the 28th and the Alderman from the 7th, so they're all attorneys, to see if we're all on the same page.
Okay. Alderwoman from the 8th, will you yield to questioning from the Alderman from the 1st?
Sure.
Alderwoman, you just heard us talk about the friendly amendment. Do you have any problems with that?
No, I think it makes sense. If we're forward-looking so we don't get in trouble with any potential licenses, and then, yeah, I think it makes sense to me within, gas stations, that's not a great place to be dispensing significant drugs. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Makes sense.
Gas stations also should not be selling liquor, but that's a whole other thing. I also would like to know if the Alderman from the 28th was already standing, so if he would yield. To say
Alderman
if
from
he
the
had problems.
28th, will you yield to questions from the Alderwoman from the 1st?
I will.
You may proceed.
Alderman, did you hear us talk about the friendly amendment we wanted to make?
I did.
And do you have any problems with that?
I don't have any problems with it. I would be happy to support the amendment and vote for it. But what I was raising to say, I don't want to be a bearer of bad news, but I'm concerned that this amendment might not actually address your problems and your concerns with the community and gas stations. It's my understanding that there are what's now a lot of what's called analog drugs and THC analogs that you can get in gas stations, this Delta 9 and THC 0, and those are all specifically contemplated by this recent federal farm bill, why they're legal, and I think that that's what we see a lot in our gas stations that are being sold. This bill, I think, is and needs to be kind of centered specifically on the regular THC that they sell in the dispensaries. So I would absolutely support this amendment, and I'll vote for it. I just wanted to make sure that, everybody kind of has an understanding that if you're looking for this amendment to clear out a lot of those kinds of analogs from the gas stations, I don't think this will do it.
I don't, thank you, Alderman. I actually was not looking for it to clear out anything. I just didn't want to add anything more.
Okay.
Because we do unintended consequences. Years ago, while I was gone, the former Alderman from the 17th let liquor come to gas stations. I just don't understand that if we're talking about not drinking and driving, why we let people drive up to gas stations. And I came back, I was like, really? Mothers Against Drunk Driving didn't stop that? So I'm just trying to do in the future. There's another way that we can address some of these things that I already have an idea of what to do. We can attach it to our liquor licenses, which is a privilege, not a right, and then we can put things like that to be prohibited to be sold in the same space. So I've been working on an amendment that will stop much of that, because I don't understand why we're encouraging people to go to a gas station where they're going to be driving and then be under the influence of anything that would potentially be dangerous to the people they're driving on the roadways with.
Yep.
Okay. I'm sorry, Madam President, members of the board, I would like to know if the Alderman from the 7th would yield.
The Alderman from the 7th yield to questions from the Alderwoman from the 1st.
I will. I was going to ask her to yield. So yes. And she'll yield back.
Okay, I'll yield back afterwards. I just wanted to know if you had problems with the amendment, or if there's anything that you see.
So I guess my only concern about the amendment is really more of a question that I just texted our zoning commissioner. If we amend this today, does this have to then go back to the planning commission? Because time is somewhat of the essence on the zoning changes relating to comprehensive licenses as they go into effect today. And I think it's important to have a framework in place for these businesses. So I'm wondering, I simply don't know the answer. If we amend this, do we have to delay and go back to the plan commission to approve the amended version of this zoning bill.
We're doing a friendly amendment. I don't think usually it's something big and comprehensive. I can't tell you 1,000%. But what I can add on to a little bit more, if this is, and so we could put, if this is not approved by the Planning Commission, you know, then this particular amendment or addition is null and void or something. But if you think it's going to hold anything up, I'm not trying to hold anything up. I just do not want the bad actors that we have in our relationship right now. And this is why we had problems with some of our members here, because they were dealing with those gas
Right.
stations, okay? They're not good actors. Their hands are not clean at all, okay?
No, I understand that. Yeah, and
Right.
I've reached out to our zoning commissioner to simply ask that. That was my only concern. I don't have any issue with the text of the amendment, other than I don't want to delay these zoning changes from going into effect because time is of the essence on these.
I hate to withdraw it, but I'm not going to try to hold anything up. So I'll withdraw it, but I'll be coming right back with it, because we cannot continue to let the people, yeah, we got 2 or 3 people down here, but we didn't get the 35 people that got indicted back 5 years ago, because they were doing all these things that I'm talking about, including drugs and guns and currency and all of this, and we've never seen their picture across the front pages, okay? So if we're gonna get the members of our board, if somebody took a bribe, there was somebody that was already attempting to bribe you, and I actually was one of the recipients from one of those people who tried to bribe me, and I sent it over to the feds. So I'll withdraw it because I don't want to hold it up, but I will be coming back here when I come back in April to bring that back up again. Thank you.
Who's got the floor?
Thank you, Madam President. Alderman from the 7th, do you have any, you said you wanted to ask me
I
a
guess
question?
Alvarez has a question for the Alderman from the 1st. To the Alderman from the 28th point, if you bring this up in a future session, I won't be here. I would encourage you to also look at those substitutes, those THC substitutes that aren't governed by the Department of Health and Senior Services Division on Cannabis Regulation, because they are a big problem, and it's the same gray area as with those electronic gambling machines that, you know, the Gaming Commission says they're not their responsibility, and they just sort of, nobody regulates them. So I hope you will address that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I withdraw it. Thank you for considering it. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman from the 3rd. Alderman from the 9th, you are recognized on the perfection of Board Bill 175 floor substitute.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, so there were just kind of a couple Scrivener errors. That's what the Alderman from the 3rd was just mentioning out, you know. So I think from speaking, I think those are things that we could just go ahead and there's Scrivener errors. You know, obviously it's page 3 of 12, 4 of 12, 5 of 12. So they're just little things in there that we will go ahead and we could just take that as a Scrivener's error and move forward with it. We also, just kind of to bring up, we will be, you know, this is kind of the first piece. It was taking our existing medicinal rules and just doing this quick change to the comprehensive to allow for the recreational use. But there is work being done for future, for the consumption use, for delivery, for the small business, the micro business licenses. So there's going to be more work that is coming out of what Amendment 3 proposed. But this is just because, as was mentioned today, the city of, you know, the state of Missouri, the city of St. Louis, it is allowed to move forward with this. We've already had 2 conditional use hearings that I know of yesterday for facilities. So we're just trying to get the state and our city rules to match up. So, so with that, I would like to make a motion that we perfect Board Bill 175 floor substitute.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 9th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 27th, that we perfect Board Bill number 175 floor substitute. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley. Alderwoman Evans. Alderman Page. Alderwoman Ingracia. Alderman Coder. Alderwoman Rice. Alderman Gunther. Alderman Balmer. Alderman Lappy. Alderman Stevens. Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderwoman Howard. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderwoman Peel. Alderman Todd. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Walker. Alderman Vaccaro. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Gross. President Green.
Aye.
Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderwoman Howard. 26 aye votes.
By your vote, you have sustained the motion from the Alderman from the 9th on the perfection of Board Bill 175 floor substitute.
Board Bill 168, introduced by Alderman Cone and Alderwoman Boyd, an ordinance recommended by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment, authorizing an appropriation consisting of funds received in the city's capital fund pursuant to ordinance number 60419 as amended by ordinance number 61250, representing 1/2 of the operating balance of the general fund from the preceding fiscal year for the purposes of funding capital improvement totaling $24,049,000 as hereinafter detailed and containing an emergency clause.
Alderman from the 25th, you are recognized on the perfection of Board Bill 168. Alderman from the 25th. You're recognized on the perfection of Board Bill number 168.
Thank you. Alderman from the 16th, I have the mic. Appreciate you, though. I would like to adopt Board Bill 168.
Perfect.
Or perfect Board Bill 168.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 25th, seconded by the Alderman from the 16th, that we perfect Board Bill number 168. Alderman, you may proceed.
Thank you. This is a board bill for an appropriation from the city's general revenue for citywide capital improvements. And thank you for your consideration.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? It's been moved by the Alderman from the 25th, seconded by the Alderman from the 16th, that we perfect Board Bill number 168. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley. Alderwoman Evans. Alderman Page. Alderwoman Ingracia. Alderman Coder. Alderwoman Rice. Alderman Gunther. Alderman Balmer. Alderman Lappy. Alderman Stevens. Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderwoman Howard. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderwoman Peel. Alderman Todd. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Walker. Alderman Vaccaro. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Grass. President Green.
Aye.
Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderwoman Howard. 25 aye votes and 1 no vote.
By your vote, you have sustained the motion from the Alderman from the 25th on the perfection of Board Bill number 160. Madam Clerk, please make note of the request from the Alderman from the 23rd to change his vote to aye.
So noted, that is 26 aye votes.
By your vote, you have sustained the motion from the Alderman from the 25th on the perfection of Board Bill number 168. And before we move on to the next one, just an announcement that there is some food now in the hallway if folks are hungry.
Board Bill 172, introduced by Alderman Coulter, an ordinance approving a petition to establish the Four Hands Brewery CID, establishing the Four Hands Brewery CID, finding a public purpose for the establishment of the Four Hands Brewery CID, making certain findings with respect thereto, authorizing certain other actions of city officials, and containing a severability and an emergency clause.
Alderman from the 7th, you are recognized on the perfection of Board Bill number 172.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I move to perfect Board Bill 172.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 7th, seconded by the Alderman from the 10th, that we perfect Board Bill number 172. Alderman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. Board Bill 172 is a community improvement district for Four Hands Brewery for their expansion. We, in the HUD's committee, heard both this bill, no, this was at Ways and Means. We previously heard an abatement bill in the HUD's committee that passed out of this board in recent weeks. Basically, Four Hands has finally acquired its longtime headquarters. They used to rent that space. They're proposing approximately $2.3 million worth of improvements and expansion, and this is a sales tax SID of 1% on brewery sales, will help pay for some of those improvements. They are expanding both their brewery facility, their outdoor space on the east side of the building, which would be the 7th Street side, and then also a number of public improvements around their building. They've been working very closely with the LaSalle Park neighborhood. I think many of you know Four Hands is a wonderful community partner. They give $1 for the sale of every case of citywide brewery back to a local charity. They've been great to work with. They're the former 7th Ward Business of the Year, and I'm happy to support this project and would ask for your favorable consideration as we perfect Board Bill 172.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? It's been moved by the Alderman from the 7th, seconded by the Alderman from the 10th, that we perfect Board Bill number 172. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Board Bill 93, introduced by Alderman Page. An ordinance approving a redevelopment plan dated June 28, 2022 for the Cass Avenue, North 14th Street, O'Fallon, and Hogan Street area.
Alderman from the 5th, you are recognized on the perfection of Board Bill 93.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I move that we perfect Board Bill number 93.
Could we turn the mic on and repeat that?
Yes, I move that we perfect Board Bill number 93.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 5th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 4th, that we perfect Board Bill number 93. Alderman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. Board Bill 93 is a redevelopment plan and blighting study. It does have some modest incentives built into it, and what this board does, just to kind of bring everybody up to speed, if you recall the old O'Fallon Place housing area, that housing stock is well over 40 years old and is due for refurbishment. That O'Fallon Place neighborhood is being refurbished into Preservation Square in 4 phases, as I recall. The first phase is already open and has residents moved into it, And this bill provides the incentives to move forward with future phases of Preservation Square. This board bill and the project that the underlying project will provide much needed, and I like the term workforce housing better than affordable housing these days, but it provides housing stocks that the fabulous 14th Ward sorely needs. So I ask the board's favorable consideration of Board Bill 93.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 26th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, as my colleagues. You remember I rose last year and asked Alderman Page about meeting with the community about this Board Bill 93. And I did speak with him earlier today. We've had ongoing conversations, you may have noticed during this meeting, and there are still conversations with the community. That hasn't happened. And you know, I know SLDC a couple of weeks ago and HUD's announced this new scoring system as it relates to community development, community engagement rather, in these kind of projects. I don't know what this project would look like if it goes back to that community involvement scorecard, because of the continued conversations that I receive, and I know, I'm not sure if any of my colleagues have received them, but it's no secret, the family connection with this area to myself. So I would be remiss, all of us are elected to come down here on our own experiences and our own relationships and advocate for the people that we care about and hear from the people that we care about and stand up for them. So I'm standing up now, as I did back then, Alderman Page, to again ask that you and a couple of other people meet with the community and have real dialogue and real substantive conversation about how this project moves forward. Thank you.
Madam President, may I respond?
Any further discussion? Alderman from the 5th.
Yes, I would like to assure the Alderwoman from the 26th, as we have had multiple discussions today, that I am committed to listening to the community. I'm committed to this. And we're going to have a series of meetings. The community's voice is always important, but as of today, I think it's critically important that we move forward with Board Bill 93 so that we can provide much needed housing in this community.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? It's been moved by the Alderman from the 5th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 4th, that we perfect Board Bill number 93. Do I hear a request for roll call? Roll call. Hearing a request for roll call, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Alderwoman Tyers. Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley. Alderwoman Evans. Alderman Page. Alderwoman Ingracia. Alderman Coder. Alderwoman Rice. Alderman Gunther. Alderman Balmer. Alderman Lappy. Alderman Stevens. Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderwoman Howard. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderwoman Peel. Alderman Todd. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Walker. Alderman Vaccaro. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Gross. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Thank you. President Green.
Aye.
Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley. Thank you. Alderwoman Rice. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderwoman Howard. Alderwoman Peel. At the request from the Alderman of the 25th, we will be changing his vote to a no vote. So we have 23 aye votes and 3 no votes and 1 voted present.
By your vote, you sustain the motion to perfect Board Bill number 93.
That's the extent of board bills for perfection.
Third reading consent calendar.
Board Bill 122, 124, 127, 142, 157, 163, 169, and Board Bill 170.
Alderman from the 25th, you are recognized on the perfection of the third reading consent, adoption of the third reading consent calendar.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we adopt the third reading consent calendar.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 25th, seconded by the Alderman from the 9th, that we adopt the third reading consent calendar. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley. Alderwoman Evans. Alderman Page. Alderwoman Negracia. Alderman Coder. Alderwoman Rice. Alderman Gunther. Alderman Balmer. Alderman Lappy. Alderman Stevens. Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderwoman Howard. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderwoman Peel. Alderman Todd. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Walker. Alderman Vaccaro. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Gross. President Green.
Aye.
Alderwoman Negracia. Alderwoman Howard. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderwoman Peel. 25 aye votes and 1 no vote.
By your vote, you sustain the motion for the adoption of the third reading consent calendar. Third reading report of engrossments and final passage.
Board Bill 145, introduced by Alderwoman Davis, an ordinance determining that the tax increment financing plans listed in Exhibit A are making satisfactory progress, except as noted under the proposed time schedule for the completion of projects therein.
Alderwoman from the 19th, you are recognized on the third reading and final passage of Board Bill 145. Oh, sorry about that. Your name's here. Alderman from the 7th, I will recognize you on the third reading and final passage of Board Bill number 145.
Thank you, Madam President. Members of the board, at the request of the Alderwoman from the 19th, I move that we third read and final pass Board Bill 145.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 7th, seconded by the Alderman from the 10th, that we third read and finally pass Board Bill number 145. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley. Alderwoman Evans. Alderman Page. Alderwoman Negracia. Alderman Coder. Alderwoman Rice. Alderman Gunther. Alderman Balmer. Alderman Lappy. Alderman Stevens. Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderwoman Howard. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderwoman Peel. Alderman Todd. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Walker. Alderman Vaccaro. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Cone. So noted. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Grass. President Green.
Aye.
Alderwoman Evans. Alderwoman Ingracia. Alderwoman Rice. Alderman Gunther. Alderwoman Howard. "23 aye votes and 4 voted present.
By your vote, you sustain the motion from the Alderman from the 7th to 3rd read and finally pass Board Bill number 145.
Board Bill 167, introduced by Alderman Graz, an ordinance approving a redevelopment plan dated December 13, 2022 for the 4974 Lindell area.
Alderman from the 28th, you are recognized on the 3rd reading and final passage of Board Bill 167.
I move we finally pass and adopt Board Bill 167. And
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 28th, seconded by the Alderman from the 7th, that we 3rd read and finally pass Board Bill number 167. Alderman, you may proceed.
So this is the project right at the corner of Lindell and Kings Highway. It's right across the street from the Chase. It's right next to that new building in the Central West End that's tall and it looks really impressive architecturally. It's a project for luxury housing. Probably going to be some of the nicest housing that we have in the city. They're building 293 luxury apartments, and they're asking for a 10-year, 75% abatement for it. And I think it's a outstanding project, and I think I could go through and list all the reasons why. I went and did that in HUDs, but I'll be a little shorter now and happy to answer any questions. But a couple things I want to highlight is really the huge economic benefit that this will produce for the city and the amount of revenue that this project is going to throw off for the city. Right now and for a very long time, this parcel of land has just been an empty lot and it's sitting there, and currently it only collects $60,000 a year in taxes. And during the abatement period, so this is day one right off the bat, it's going to collect over $400,000 a year in taxes. So for the city itself, 10 years during the abatement period, it's going to throw off $2.5 million, and this is just the property tax, real estate tax. We're not talking about all the sales tax, all the earnings tax for all the people there. Just the property tax is $2.5 million, and 20-year benefit to the city is $6.7 million. For the schools, again, just straight off the taxes, 10-year during the abatement period is $1.5 million, and the 20-year benefit to the schools is $9.1 million. It's going to, put $26 million in minority-owned contractors' pockets. It's going to put $12 million women-owned contractors' pockets. So the project itself even with these abatements, it's a substantial improvement on what's happening now, and what is being collected at this point. Now, a big thing about incentives like this is that, you know, we want to always try to give them on projects where the project wouldn't happen but for the incentive. And I think in this project is unique. We can feel very comfortable that this project passes the but-for test because they proposed this project now for a few years. And, you know, the city, we never offered them any incentives for it. And, you know, they couldn't make it work. And the project was dead because of it. Since then, everything has only gotten more expensive to build, inflation, et cetera. So, you know, I think that we can feel extremely confident on this particular project that they can't make it work without the incentives. Now, could they build a car wash, or could they develop this into, you know, lesser housing without incentives? Absolutely they could, and I think that if they did, you know, they would probably tell you that they'd make money with a whole lot less risk than they're doing now. But that's not really good. First of all, that's just not what the owners of the property want to do with it. So, you know, we can't make them do that, even if we wanted to. But second of all, I mean, that's not good for the city either, because, you know, the amount of money that this project can throw off, both short-term, intermediate-term, and long-term, I think is dwarfs what could potentially be thrown off with, you know, a 5-6 story apartment that might call itself luxury but is actually, you know, kind of cheap. I went through a lot of the concerns in HUDs. Other one I want to highlight is that, you know, this notion that we don't need affordable housing in the city. And I think it's interesting that, you know, Affordable STL did a good job putting together this report about affordable housing recently. And what they found is that we actually have people that make over 100% AMI in this city that are competing with for housing for people that are making in the 60%, 80% AMI range. So we have demand available in the city to support more luxury housing, and if we're not building it, then, you know, that housing takes housing away from you know, folks that are making lower AMI, and it goes down the chain. And it affects affordable housing for the entire city. But, you know, all that aside, the other thing that I think just can't be lost, and the big thing that I think I want to highlight and we should highlight here, is the developers have also agreed to make a $1.3 million contribution to the city. Now, they are extremely clear. They're very vocal about the fact that they don't care where the money goes. They don't want to be a part of where the money goes. You know, they want to, you know, they need these incentives. They understand the concerns that a lot of folks have that, you know, well, if we give these incentives, this doesn't benefit the city now. You know, we have problems now. Why aren't we doing things to address our problems now? You know, that's what a contribution like this is meant to address. And, you know, the developers are very clear that they agree with it and want to do it. They just don't want to pick where the money goes. I know there's kind of been ongoing discussions with the president's office and SLDC. It's certainly my opinion that I don't want to have any control over where this money goes, and I don't really think that, you know, alders in general should have any, you know, say where contributions like this go. So I think the talk is that as SLDC is standardizing their processes and their procedures for the incentive process going forward, that, you know, there'll also be a component that will, you know, more standardize these processes. I think in the meantime, though, you know, it's my understanding that you know, discussions with SLDC, the president's office has expressed that, you know, we want this contribution to either, you know, A, support SLPS, however they want it, if they want it, you know, sit down with them and talk about it, and B, if we can't figure out a way to use this money to support SLPS, I think it's our intention that it would support affordable housing and go to, you know, probably something like the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. But, you know, we're putting that in SLDC's hands with those kinds of intentions behind it. In the meantime, though, that shouldn't hold anything up because, the developer just wants to give this in. And the last kind of point I'll just make is that, I know even despite the benefits and despite, kind of the math and about the parcel, and even despite the fact that they've made contributions that, I will just kind of say for an aside that there have been seven-figure contributions made for development in the past that have really been celebrated by this board, and I looked it up, and they were actually passed by this board unanimously. And, I think that you could even articulate why incentives for commercial projects are maybe even more problematic than incentives for residential projects. But that's not even need to be addressed here. But this is even a proportionally, comparatively bigger contribution for the project, and I think that there really shouldn't be a reason why there should be any concerns that if you had them before, with this contribution, it would lie. But then the point I was going to make, though, to close on is just that, I know even giving that, some people just don't like the idea of incentives and incentivizing specifically luxury housing like this. And, my only comment is you should feel encouraged by this deal and the size of this incentive, because right next door, that building that looks like the upside down pineapple, some people say 100 North Kings Highway, it got 10 years 90% abatement, and then 5 years 50% after that, so 15 years total abatements, 90 and 50. And this project is only getting a total of 10 years at 75%, and we've added on this contribution. So, if you don't like incentives, I think you should be encouraged and happy that the level of incentives are going down, and that, we're now making systems where, we're negotiating kind of collectively through these frameworks instead of project by project, and it's progress in that direction. So, I think it's an exciting project. Folks in the neighborhood want to see it get built. Everybody agrees, even if there's controversy around the incentive portion of it. Everybody is excited about the project itself, and what it's gonna look like to the city, what it's gonna bring to the neighborhood. So I'm excited to support it, and I would be happy to entertain any questions.
Further discussion, Alderwoman from the 8th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I don't have any questions, merely to thank the alderman from the 28th for bringing forward a project that makes sense with the level of incentives there. With, I think this contribution is great. I think building on a parking lot does us all good, building more housing in our city, bringing more people in to live here. I do just want to flag, we have a lot of developers that say affordable housing is out of reach. We say that they can't afford to do it. People who need lower costs of living for their housing deserve to have a park-facing apartment as well. That they deserve to have nice spaces in places like the Central West End, in places around the city, around the area. And so I'm not speaking against this bill at all, but I hope that as we grow as a city, as we build excitement for really cool things that are happening around here, as we work to build more housing, we'd figure out a way to incentivize projects that are integrating affordable housing, that there are mixed as far as luxury and affordable at the same time, that can exist in the same buildings, that we don't just sort of group luxury housing, group affordable housing in different spaces. Our neighborhoods should be diverse among economic level and need as well, and it makes for a stronger city when we're doing that. So I understand that costs are high. I understand that state funding is in a difficult position for affordable housing, for LIHTC, things like that, and we need to think out of the box, and I hope that SLDC is prioritizing that in their new framework, that we figure out a way to make sure that we're building more affordable housing, because I think for a lot of people, they stay in more affordable housing. Maybe they could afford to move forward in more luxury or higher priced housing, but it's not guaranteed. And this market just keeps going up for people in rental properties. And buying a house gets more and more out of range as the prices go up. So just thinking really hard about how we house people, how we stabilize people's living situations, and how we create needed diversity within our projects that reach out to a wide variety of residents of our city. So again, thanks for bringing a project that transforms that corner. I think that stretch of Kings Highway is completely different than it was when I first took office. And I think it will continue to move forward. And I think that growth is great. Building new housing is great. Just really hoping that we can also find some other projects that bring in that type of diversity I talked about. Thank you.
Thanks. Alderman from the 24th.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this. The alderman, excuse me, from the 28th, and I have spoken at great length, and I do appreciate his work, and I respect him a lot. One of the issues that I have with this, though, is that but-for test. And one of the things that was said in committee about this was, oh, we need this because of the construction costs. These are folks who have been essentially land banking one of the richest parcels of land in the city for a long period of time, and the building costs are rapidly declining now as we're coming out of COVID and we're coming out of worker shortages and labor shortages, material shortages. I think if we didn't incentivize this, if we don't incentivize this, that something substantially similar to this will come along in the near future. I think if you're going to be developing luxury housing in the wealthiest part of town, the least you can do is be paying your taxes. I love that they're going to give $1.3 million. That's great, but then why not just pay your taxes? I also am a bit concerned that we're straying away from a lot of times we say down here. A lot of people say, "Oh well." Every individual knows their ward the best. Every individual alderman knows their ward the best, the needs of their ward. This is in the alderwoman from the 17th ward. I know that she is opposed to this particular incentivization package, and I think we need to at least address that at some point. But I will thank the alderman from the 28th, and even though I know that I'm going to be voting no, I think this is probably likely to pass. And I do thank him for his work on it, that it does make some sense day one as far as money coming into the schools, things like that. I just think that if we didn't do this, that money would still be coming and we would actually, in fact, get more money. Reasonable folks disagree. Like I said, thank you for your work on this, but unfortunately today I'm going to have to be no. Thank you.
Alderwoman from the 17th.
Thank you, President Green. Yes, this particular property is in the 17th Ward, and I had been working with the Copplers and Albion Properties, the developer, on this particular housing project and development. And to state for the record and to correct the record is that the project was going to receive a sales tax exemption on materials, and so they were going to be getting incentivized a bit. And what that means in terms of a sales tax exemption on materials is that the materials would not be taxed, and so they would have saved about $3.1 million with that sales tax exemption. So it has been stated a couple times that they were not going to be getting any type of incentive, but they were going to be getting that as I was discussing this particular project with them. And as we were discussing the project with them and SLDC and what the numbers look like, it was meeting their numbers at that time. And as Alderman Narayan has mentioned, in terms of materials and costs, they are decreasing. And everybody has been affected by inflation and material costs rising. And I am a city planner, and I've been looking at cities for over 20 years in terms of how to strengthen them. I focused my studies and my experience on housing, community, and economic development for the past 20 years. And, one of the things in terms of this particular development is that, development is not always great. But I also know that, development is important. I am for development. I'm for this development. I think this development is great. It is going to make our city more vibrant. But there are some issues regarding this. Is that, does this developer, really need these funds and the investors and everybody else? These developers and the cobblers have been holding on this piece of property, which is the most prime property in St. Louis on the corner of Lindell and Kings Highway, for over 50 years. When we use tax incentives are used as a tool to help neighborhoods, not a lot, but help neighborhoods thrive. The 17th Ward is a thriving neighborhood. This lot is not a thriving location in terms of physical, but economically it is, and it shouldn't be incentivized. I am for development. I'm not for developer welfare. These are very wealthy individuals that are going to be getting our tax money, and it's not needed at this point in time, because we brought the American Federation of Teachers, Local 420, myself, brought a tax expert in about November. And what the tax expert stated regarding these developments and tax incentives and getting misused is that there is a point in time in neighborhoods where the market is actually working. And the market is working in terms of, as Alderman Narayan said, somebody would develop there. And I know that the cobblers are holding on to the property because it is their property. But there are other people that would come if the cobblers didn't want to build without tax incentives, and they would build something great too. I also am going to say that we're not looking at car washes to be put there. There are other things that could be luxury apartments that can produce a lot of taxes and revenues on that site that doesn't need incentives like this. And so I am a no, and I oppose this. And I think that we need to really look at these tax tools, and we are misusing them because these tax tools, again, are for neighborhoods that are not thriving. And the 17th Ward and the 28th Ward are areas that are thriving. And until we take our foot off the brake pedal, we're not going to stop giving these incentives to developers that don't need them. Thank you.
Further discussion. Alderman from the 23rd.
Will the Alderman from the 28th yield for questions?
The Alderman from the 28th yield to the Alderman from the 23rd.
I will.
Alderman, you may proceed.
What are the taxes being brought in on that property right now today?
I think it was 60,000, 64,000, I believe.
And what will the taxes be tomorrow if this project goes through?
I think about 470,000.
So it's actually bringing in way more money.
Correct, right off the bat.
And what about jobs?
I think we have right there. And that was, yeah, it was, and those were based off my memory, but that was the ballpark on those four. So yeah, the jobs. So, the construction jobs, and I was going to bring this up too. I think it's important to realize that when we have give incentives like this, and I understand there was a sales tax incentive too, so I don't know if that would have been part of it, but we can ensure that they're union, labor piece, prevailing wage jobs if they're getting incentives. But it's I don't have the construction jobs right here, but the there's going to be 10 full-time equivalent jobs at 65,000 a year once it's created.
And you are going to push to try to at least make sure these are union jobs?
The construction jobs, yes.
Okay, I don't see the big downfall in more taxes that go into the schools, more jobs going to people. I don't understand it. So it's paying this, and if this goes through, it's paying more. And then we keep talking about, well, other developers that could come along, but we can't name them. You know, I just don't see why we sit on a vacant piece of property and, you know, and then, so it's gonna, on day one, bring in way more taxes. And 10 years from now, it's gonna really bring in a lot more taxes. I just don't see the downside, but that just was my question. I was just curious, but, so again, day one, more taxes, 10 years, a whole lot more taxes. So the schools are gonna get more money starting day one, so. Anyway, that was all. I was just, thought that's what I understood him to say, and I just wanted to make sure. And I'm glad to see that he's gonna support union jobs on this project. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 1st.
Madam President, members of the board, if the Alderman from the 28th would yield.
The Alderman from the 28th yield to questions from the Alderwoman from the 1st.
I will.
Alderwoman, you may proceed.
Thank you. Alderman, so let me get this straight again. So this is going to be how many years tax abatement?
10 years, 75%.
75%. And what is this project going to cost?
145 million.
And so if you built it with no tax abatement, how much taxes will we get for the schools every year?
You know, I don't know that off the top of my head, what we would get every year. I think, you know, I will say, because it was after the incentives expired, we would get, I think, upwards of 1.7 million a year. So I guess if no incentives would be awarded, hypothetically, then we would get about 1.7 million a year off the start.
So okay, let him answer. Okay. So you're saying that when the incentives expire in 10 years?
Yes.
That then you would get $1.7 million?
I believe that was correct.
And how much is being paid now?
About 60,000, 64,000, I think, around there.
Mm-hmm. And the same owners had that property for how long?
Quite a while.
And so you think that that owner couldn't get anything done there? Because I can tell you that's not true.
Well, I mean, so I think that the owner could get, like I said before, something done there.
Mm-hmm. A lot.
But, you know, would it be something of this size and scope? You know, I don't think so. I would also say, just generally to address the concerns about the owners kind of holding on and land banking this property for a while, you know, the Copplers also have redeveloped all of Maryland Plaza, you know, over the last several decades, and have developed a lot of the area around that. This isn't some out-of-town developer, someone from Chesterfield that owns just a lot and has been sitting on it. You know, not only have they actively developed it, but the Copplers are actually the current property managers of Maryland Plaza. So, you know, they're very much, you know, present in the neighborhood. And I think that this is, you know, I mean, this particular parcel has not had something been done, you know, but whether or not you want to say that they've been land banking, I think, you know, in the context
That was
of
your
the neighborhood.
description. That was not my description, okay?
Yeah, and I kind of was pivoting to some of the other questions about generally
Okay,
the
but just
Copplers.
answer my questions. I know lawyers really hate to answer other people's questions.
I can switch to deposition mode if you want. Yeah, just do yes and no's.
I didn't say that was not. How long have you been living in the Central West End?
Currently about since 2015.
Okay, so I first moved to the Central West End in 1978. And that's where I fell in love with Straub's, where I still shop. I don't go to the Amazon-owned store because I think that's unfair competition with my favorite store. So when I moved to the Central West End, it was about 75–80% black. And they did what's called eminent domain with the black people. Go back, I'll pull the files for you. I got them in my files. And they said, oh, we're gonna get you back in there. We're just putting you out of here because we want to clean up the Central West End, but we'll move them back. You know the end of that story, don't you? Giant lie. Central West End is about 75–80% white now, okay? They made people move. The thing about being around for a long time, and my husband has a master's in urban affairs and used to work for CDA and was the monitor for the Central West End project. I'm very, very familiar with it for a very long time. and know that there's certain people who still have development rights for it, and I know who they are, and they have the right to manage the property. So I want the Central West End to be successful, but I also have watched the things that have happened in the Central West End. I always talk about the Chase Park Plaza, where they used up money that was supposed to be to go for housing, and then when they finished it, they said, oh, we're not going to do housing, we're going to go back to being a hotel. So they just paid all the money back, but they used the money. To me, they should have all gone to jail. They were violating the laws, the federal laws. And some people did, and a lot of the stuff with the Central West End, there are several people I can name that went to jail, developers, about the things that's happening. What I know is that that piece of land at the corner of Lindo and Kings Highway doesn't need any kind of money at all to get a project done, not one red cent. If I were the mayor, I would carve out not just that property, I would carve out sections of town like that property, and it wouldn't be by ward, saying this place right here downtown, Central Quarter, you've had too much tax abatement, TIF, and everything. You're never going to get development in the parts of town where it's supposed to be, because of course people are always going to go where they can make the most money. If you want to do development here, I'm going to give you 10 or 15% of the tax abatement of TIF, and that's all you're going to get from the city, and you have to fight about it. And we will be wards 28, 17, 6, 7, all of those wards have got, if you just look at the map, which I've been looking at since I came here in 1991 and before, you would just know that they have sucked up all the development money. And then people say, well, I'm going to build there because I can make a lot of money. The whole point was an incentive to get places done that could not make a lot of money, but maybe you could build it up. But that never happens. Everybody says, but just me, it's just my project is so good, and we should do it because it wouldn't get done. The what for, but for test was not would your sky and the pie project be done. It was supposed to be for projects that couldn't get done at any cost, okay? So it was not supposed to be so you can build, I call it the George Jetson building that's on Kings Highway. I don't know what it was for at all. And and I don't even like TIF, because I don't like that it came from the Ronald Reagan administration. And why did they put up the money from public schools to be the item of what you would take away from? That's wrong, okay? We say we cherish public schools and public education, and then we push down here all the time things to take away from schools, and then we say, but when they're finished, they're going to get more money. How about we just pay them the money and we take the money from us? That's always been my thing. If the city thinks it's so good, let's set up something that it takes the money from the St. Louis city and give the schools their money. Public schools is something that's so important. People are not wealthy enough to send their kids to private schools. They depend on the public schools to get them to the next level. And so we talk a big game talk, that's so important, and then we come right back down here and say with a straight face, but where I live is still more important. I got into a giant fight back in 1993, 94 about Six Market that just had to have TIF and could not be built. Just celebrated their 25th year of being built without TIF because it could be built, and I absolutely took a whooping in the newspapers, black and white, about I would not give them a TIF, and I did not, and I would not, because they did not need it. And the Alderman from 17th talks about planning. I actually was married to a planner, and we actually recruited Snooks, and then the new mayor came in and just started cutting deals and didn't know what he was doing, and took our project from 30 acres to 10 acres. And right now, this current mayor is sitting on a hardware store that North St. Louis doesn't have a hardware store. No mayor who's worth their 2 cents worth of salt, black or white, should be leaving office without that hardware store being built. But nothing has been done over at SLDC since the few times I've met with them. And then they say, oh, we're going to do something. The city already owns 75% LRA of the land, 65, 75%. We've not done one thing. Your project is not any kind of importance as compared to a hardware store in North St. Louis. It is interesting to me how we can get things like that done on Lindo and Kings Highway, but not Union and Lexington, and Union and Ashland. Something that anytime you hear that a community does not have something, should be a priority. It should be a priority for a white mayor. It should be a priority for a black mayor. It should be a priority for SLDC. Before she left, Mayor Cruzen okayed it. Her chief of staff and I got elected pretty close together, so former Alderman Conway and I went out to the project. Oh, this is a great project. It is a great project. We already have a Snooks there. Can't get it done. But we can always seem to get done things like that at that corner that if it never got built, it would be okay in the Central West End. That corner would be, if you made it a green space. But it's so many things that we don't have in our communities in North St. Louis, and that you keep coming out with these things just galls me. It just gets on my nerve when I hear people talk about, well, this is going to be so wonderful, and the schools are going to get some money. So why don't we ever come up with something about, let's just give the schools their money up front, and then we take it out of our treasury. That's how we can do it. Then I'll know that we're serious. Other than that, we're just, again, going along the easiest way to do something. The people who we should be having we should hold high esteem for, people we should be looking after, we're not. The Alderman I've been reading all this stuff that's going on. She's absolutely right. She is absolutely right. And if this was my ward and you was introducing this board bill over me, man, you would be fighting, okay? You wouldn't get anything that I controlled done. You would be, every time you looked, I would be in your face. We didn't used to do this. And there was a reason. We may vote yes or no, but just come over and start introducing things and try to act like she doesn't have a point of view is demeaning. She doesn't agree with me. She votes against me all the time after she gets in my face, but she's correct on this, okay? And you should not be doing this, and people tell you this is okay, and all this politics is going on. It is not okay. She is not wrong in what she is saying. She is absolutely correct. This is a lot of money that you are talking about. And again, so if you want to make a good deal, just put in there he pays the taxes that they should be getting in the first place. I heard the Alderman from the 23rd Ward ask you, what do you pay now? What did you say, $60,000? Is that right?
I think about 64, if I recall.
Okay, and then he said, what will you be paying if you pass this? And you said, how much?
About $470 during the abatements.
But that's when you, $470 after you build it, not immediately after the bill is passed. Is that correct?
That is correct. When
so
building
tomorrow,
goes in service.
Once you pass this or it goes to the mayor's office, and if she signs it, which I would encourage her not to, then you would still be paying that 64.
Correct.
Until this project gets done.
Correct.
And once this project is up and about, then you would start paying how much again?
I think then the developers, it's not me, would be paying, I think it was about $470 if I recall a year. It was over $400.
And how do we get to $470? Why are they paying $470 instead of the $64 that they're currently paying?
Well, why would they be paying more? Mm-hmm. You know, because the value of the land would have increased substantially because there's now a luxury apartment building on it.
So you didn't freeze the taxes at the current rate of what they're paying now?
I'm sorry?
So the taxes were not frozen at the current rate of 64. It goes to what the value would be with the tax abatement, but it would increase. That's what I'm trying to get to. How do you get to that? Because right now, if you're doing purely freezing the taxes, it would be 64. So how do you get to that 400 and something?
I think it's that the expected increase in the value of the land. And I think procedurally, is it that they reduce the assessment by 25%, or do they just cut the taxes at the end? I don't want to speak incorrectly on that, but the idea generally, though, is that the value of the land increased substantially. It would throw off X amount of taxes, and when the property goes into effect, we would get 25% of X.
So you don't want to speak to it. When you're carrying a bill, you should be able to speak to it, is what I'm telling you. You should know how that works. So if you should be able to answer that question. Is it that it's freezing the taxes, which it would still be at 64, or do you have some kind of different what's the term I'm looking for? You have a different way that you're doing the taxes, and I'm sorry. What, calculations, that is the word I'm looking for. Thank you. It's in my head. Different kind of calculations of how it's done. That should be something you should know when you sponsor a bill. Earlier when I was talking to the alderman from the 24th ward about things that could happen, this is exactly the kind of thing I was talking about when I was talking about it could be the KKK sponsoring it. You could have one of the very wealthy families that's just set on a piece of property, not blighted at all. It wasn't that they couldn't have fixed it up. They could have made it a more beautiful parking lot even, okay? I could put some money on it and put some fencing around it and things. And I lived in the Central West End for several years, lived in South St. Louis for 7 years, been in North St. Louis. The predominant time I've been here because that's where my husband grew up, where he wanted to be. But been looking at that parking lot for almost 50 years myself, and they could have done some other things. It was not, oh, I can't. It's just, let me wait here and let me look at the right thing I want to put there. And they've had very friendly people who have been the 28th Ward aldermen. I've served with several of them. So it wasn't a thing of they couldn't have got it done. And so this low-income housing that you're talking about, moderate income, is it moderate income or low income?
This is market rate housing.
Oh, it's market rate.
Yeah.
Because I thought that I heard the alderman from the 8th talk about that people should be able to have a good view from the from anywhere. Is that what she was saying? But it wasn't about your project.
Well, no, I think that to be frank, I think she was voicing her concerns and opinion that there should be more affordable housing with this because there isn't in it. And if I could address that, I was going to bring it up. I can address that
You
point
sure
now.
can.
Sure. And I think that this kind of combines a lot with what you're talking about, and I think you guys have a lot of good points about development in one area of town, versus the other. I would certainly say that I've always voted yes on everything in North St. Louis, and have done it even when others haven't. But I think that a good thing that SLDC is doing, and some of these reforms that we've made, is making a map and assigning different values. SLDC assigns different values on the scorecard based on where properties are. And some properties are, some parts of town are carved out, but are in areas where it's very hard to get incentives. And in fact, I would say that, under their proposed scorecard, even though that this project wasn't technically under that, I've certainly looked and I've talked to SLDC about how this project would look on their new scorecard. And, it doesn't, there's a biggest component, and to the alderman from the 8th's point, a big component of what we're looking for and doing going forward is assigning a lot of value to affordable housing. And on the scorecard, in a project like this, where it's in a part of town that already has a lot of development and doesn't have affordable housing, it's pretty much impossible to get incentives unless you make a contribution. And that's kind of in the scorecard, it accounts for that. So, I would say that, to the problems of, we're not, doing the enough for affordable housing and for the city in general. I mean, I think that's why there's a recognition that on projects like this, there needs to be a contribution going forward to get to the incentives.
So what I just heard you say really is blah, 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 blah to me, because I don't care if you ever get that building built, because the hardware store is way more important than that building. That's what I'm saying. So you're telling me, well, we're getting it, and we had to give a little money, but we're going to get it really all back. But what's more important? That's what I'm saying. So you're getting it because they still are not doing anything that they're supposed to be doing in North St. Louis. And see, I proved that it could be done. Before that, everybody said this couldn't be done, this couldn't be done. So I did $53 million with the stuff, so that can be done. They don't put the time and the energy. So they're still misusing the way the system is supposed to work, is what I'm telling you, okay? It is much more important that we build a hardware store where people own their houses and don't want to live than if that stays a beautiful park, that's just fine, okay? I kind of disagree with the Alderwoman from the 8th a little bit. Affordable housing doesn't mean or low-income housing that you get to stay in the best parts of town. It means that you get the best views. I disagree with that theory. You get an affordable house that is doesn't have animals or rodents, and it's up to date and it's taken care of. But in this community that we live in, which is the United States, we are about making the dollar. So you can't live on Lindo if you don't have any money. As simple as that. You got to be able to pay for that. And unless we're going to go to a different kind of economy, that's the way it is, okay? So I always have an argument with people who live in public housing. They're like, well, I've been there for a long time. My grandmother lived there, and now they're getting ready to tear it down. And a good example is Cabrini Greens that was in Chicago. That became some prime real estate. We're supposed to provide housing for people. We're not supposed to provide housing where you can have the prime real estate. That's when you go out and hustle and make your own, okay? Now, if we're going to talk about some reparations, that might be a whole other thing, but absent that, you don't have to have public housing in the most expensive land. You do need to have public housing where people are not exposed to environmental hazards, noise hazards, a lot of other things. But I would not say, ooh, you're supposed to build public housing on Lindo or the corner of Kings Highway. But I do say you shouldn't be asking for incentives, or it should be limited. All of you all over the years, and I can show you articles that came back from when I came in 91. There was Mr. Novak used to write for the Post-Dispatch. Now he's up in Chicago, and I called him several years ago trying to get him to come and write some more articles. But he really laid out how all the money had been spent in the Central Quarter and downtown. And when you do that over 20 or 30 years, it just becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And I don't expect you, because you're the alderman from the Central Quarter, not to go along with that. I am pleased that the alderwoman from the Central Quarter would say that's not right. She says that from a planning perspective, it is not right. And again, I will say it's not right to even have anything based on that we take money from public schools. That is wrong. We cannot let our mouths say one thing and then do something else. But that's what happened because we had a Republican president who thought that was okay. Wink, wink, he doesn't care about, he was one of the presidents who wanted to get rid of the middle class. He wanted a rich and a poor. So he came up with this thing called tax increment financing. And then we misused that. So if you're not getting things done that could not be done except for that, and then you're not doing it in the neighborhoods that you should be, all the crime that you see increasing in St. Louis, all this stuff that's going on, Tom Villa just died, but he knows that I had that conversation with him years ago saying, you're spending all the money downtown and into Central Quarter. If they had just put that money where they applied for it, all the block grant and stuff, when they applied for it, it was on the backs of North St. Louis, but then they never ever spent it there. They spent it someplace else, and everybody just says, oh, this is just my little piece I'm doing. But, and it really does need to come from Room 200. They need to say, this is all you get. You guys fight about it, you get 10 or 15%, and that's it. And then South St. Louis gets some, North St. Louis gets a majority. Because you can still build communities back up, and you can save the communities. I still have a relatively working middle-class community that, if they hadn't torn up, would be much better. But it still can be saved, and people don't want to leave, but they are. Because if you want to just repair your house, you got to get in the car, and if you want some nails and hammers, and drive such a long distance. Since I used to be a resident of Central Quarter, I do know about Sarah and Laclede. I know about all the local hardware stores because we use them. I used to be a little hardware store on Sarah right past Lindo. And they sold shades and things. So I know about the local small businesses. But in North St. Louis, it is an embarrassment and shame that you don't have a hardware store. You fight to find a place to sit down and eat. You have mostly these deserts that don't have pharmacies or grocery stores or banks, all of which I have. Because we fought and we knew what we were doing, and we had mayors at the time that supported it. So when I hear you talking about what you're getting ready to build there, if you would if they would be paying their own money and paying the taxes, I'd be, oh, this is a great thing. But there's nothing that gets done that they pay their own money and their own taxes, and there's no point at which we say enough is enough. And so you don't have the perspective that I have. But I have a perspective of being 30 years looking at this. And when we come back here Tuesday, I'm going to bring you some of the the clippings of which they did about the Central West End gobbling up all the money in downtown. And then here we are 30-something years later, and we got all kind of problems. Those problems are going to continue. If you have cancer in your left hand and you do not fix it, you are going to have cancer in your right hand. And using up the programs that were supposed to be for places in North St. Louis is not in the best interest of the Central West End. You think it is, but it isn't. I knew that from the time I got elected because I had a middle-class black ward in the middle of a lot of poor black wards, so they surrounded us. And what I knew is that I could not gobble up anything and then not care about the other wards. I also had to build things that would service the people who were surrounded me. So I didn't build a grocery store for the people in the 20th ward. I didn't build a Walgreens for the people in the 20th ward. I didn't build Lexington School or a bank or strip malls or credit unions. That was all for people in North St. Louis so they could have services that they didn't have. And what I never understood is why people thought that was all right. And because it don't bother you. When I lived in the Central Quarter, I knew about it because my husband's parents lived in North St. Louis. And then when I moved to South St. Louis, I knew about it because, again, my husband's parents lived in St. Louis and his family. But if you don't have to make that trip, and when we moved to North St. Louis, because we almost bought in the 1500 block of Washington for about $2,000 more, and we knew we were making a sacrifice. When you move there and then you have to do your day-to-day shopping and you don't have anything, you don't have things that people take for granted, that's a problem. So when you stand here and you're pushing this, and you act like it's well, you're doing something because you have to give a certain amount of money. The former alderman from the 17th put that in place because the current president came up with some benefit things that you could do for development. And he didn't want that, and they fought her on that. And she really did have a good idea, and it should have been passed, and it should have been every time you get some benefits, we take some more stuff away from you. But they didn't want that, so they watered it down, and it didn't get done. So that was too bad for that, because at some point, we have to say no to the Central Quarter and downtown. If you're not successful, it's your own fault at that point, because you have been tax abated and tiffed to death. You have been able to get your property values way up. The same house, I had a 4-bedroom, 4-bath house. There was any place else, I would get $500,000 or more for it. But I don't get that in North St. Louis. So you have been unjustly enriched with all of this. And as the alderperson, you feel perfectly okay with it, and I don't say you're doing anything wrong. I think it's a bigger global problem that needs to come from the mayor's office to say this is not okay. And she did a couple of things like that when she first came in, but she's backed off of that now. And SLDC, I've talked to Neil Richardson, and he agrees. He knows we need a hardware store, but there's no push coming from the administration to get it done, although that was a promise. So I just keep watching all of these things just happening as they always have been. And until somebody is willing to get up and start saying no to these projects, and enough people say no. You will often hear the alderman from the 25th and myself, we vote no on TIFs. We've been doing it for a long time now since I came back. But I was doing it before he came here because I said no to my own TIF project that they wanted to do because they reduced it from 30 acres to 10. And so then we were just unjustly enriching the developer, Snooks, instead of him doing what he should have done. Now now they're like, oh, we should have done that. You sure should have. But you were so busy being greedy and selfish, and developers are greedy and selfish, and they try to make the most money, and we do not hold them accountable. We just let them get away with that. So you are doing nothing wrong. This is not personal. This is just we do not do development correctly in the city of St. Louis. And South St. Louis is going to see more and more of that because we look out for the Central Quarter and downtown. I was down on South Kings Highway about a month and a half ago, and I used to always, when I lived south, I had a Toyota. I went to Ackerman Toyota. And it's right down the street from where it used to be Famous Bar. And I was just so disappointed to see graffiti up on the place where it was Ackerman Toyota. I never saw that before. I used to shop. The alderman from the 16th used to have a Penny's in his ward. I would go there and shop. That has been closed. If you do not fix the cancer and do not look at a big picture, we're going to continue. This city is going to be 100,000 people or less because we are not growing. All the money we're throwing up in the Central Quarter is not the fix. We're not going to stop people from going down on Washington, not just the little black kids that live around. It's also the kids that come out from the county. If we don't start growing our other neighborhoods, and then we're going to be a city that's going to be less than 100,000 people. I'm not going to support this because I don't see any value in giving this person who's been sitting on this property for 50 years TIF, tax abatement, anything. Pay your own taxes, just like a great majority of the people who live in this city. Most of the people in my ward have not ever gotten tax abatement or TIF or any such thing. They pay their taxes. A lot of people in South St. Louis don't get tax abatement and TIF. They've been there, they work. And so we have this Central Quarter and downtown that sucks up stuff that should be helping the people that live other places. So not personal, just not a good idea. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman from the 28th, you are recognized to close.
You know, I'm not going to prolong this. I think that there's been a lot of good debate and conversation here about development and incentives, and I would say that I would enthusiastically work to do whatever I would need to do to get any project done in North St. Louis or anywhere else. But at this point, I would like to renew my motion to adopt third read and finally pass this board bill.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 28th, seconded by the Alderman from the 7th, that we third read and finally pass Board Bill number 167. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Actually, we're just waiting for a few people to come back in.
We'll go ahead and start with the.
Okay, sorry.
We'll start with the roll call.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Middlebrook. Alderman Bosley. Alderwoman Evans. Alderman Page. Alderwoman Ingracia. Alderman Coder. Alderwoman Rice. Alderman Gunther. Alderman Balmer. Alderman Lappy. Alderman Stevens. Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderwoman Howard. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderwoman Peel. Alderman Todd. Alderwoman Davis. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Walker. Alderman Vaccaro. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Cone. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Gross.
Aye.
President Green.
Aye.
Alderwoman Evans. Alderwoman Howard. Alderwoman Boyd. 18 aye votes and 8 no votes.
By your vote, you have sustained the motion from the Alderman of the 28th to third read and finally pass Board Bill number 167. Report of engrossment.
Board Bill 122, 124, 127, 142, 157, 163, 169, 170, 145, and Board Bill 167.
All other business being suspended, the President shall in open session affix her signature hereto to the end that these may become law. Courtesy resolution consent calendar. Alderman from the 24th, are you taking over for the Alderman from the 25th?
I was not planning on it.
That is all right. I'm looking for the Alderman from the 25th. Alderman from the 23rd, you are recognized on the motion to adopt the courtesy resolution
I will
calendar.
make a motion that we adopt the courtesy resolution calendar.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 23rd, seconded by the Alderman from the 10th. Any discussion? Alderman from the 24th.
Thank you, Madam President. I would just ask that my name be added to Resolution 177. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please make note of that.
So noted.
Alderwoman from the 13th.
I would move that we make resolution 177 in bank.
It's been moved and seconded, moved by the Alderwoman from the 13th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 19th, that we make resolution 177 in bank. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. It's been, any further discussion? It's been moved by the Alderman from the 23rd, seconded by the Alderman from the 10th, that we adopt the courtesy resolution calendar. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Please dispense with line item 20. Second reading of resolutions, committee reports, and adoptions.
Resolution 168, sponsored by Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, President Green, Alderwoman Rice, Alderman Stevens, Alderwoman Ingracia, Alderwoman Spencer, Alderwoman Peel, Alderwoman Middlebrook, Alderman Narayan, Alderman Grass, and Alderwoman Schweitzer, supporting SEUI's appeal on behalf of non-union janitors and workers with disability at the 22nd Circuit Court.
Alderwoman from the 26th, you are recognized on resolution number 168.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Resolution 168, just a little background on it for the public that might be watching. It was introduced on January 13th. It was assigned to Intergovernmental Affairs on January 13th. It was publicly noted, it was written about in the papers, they had demonstrations, all standing in the gap, like, again, I spoke earlier today. What I believe we are called down here to do is represent and advocate on behalf of our constituencies. It was heard on February the 1st, 2023, in a public hearing, live on YouTube. Anyone could have signed up for it like any of our committee hearings.
Alderwoman, did you want to make a motion to adopt?
And I want to make a motion to adopt. And I'm just so passionate about this.
Is there a second? Okay, it's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 26th, seconded by the Alderman from the 12th. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm so passionate about this. As I stated in the hearing, being a caretaker of a disabled sibling, I would want somebody to stand up and advocate for my sibling the way I'm asking my colleagues here to continue to advocate and stand up on behalf of these disabled workers. Now, we know some of the variables have changed in this, but it remains the same, that we were asking for the same things, to stand up and advocate on behalf of them, and the best practices on behalf of the least of ours. I won't say these least of ours. So, you know, I know there were some questions that came up. There was a letter that was sent to us a few days ago. I have some responses to that letter that I have shared with all my colleagues. We've been here a substantial amount of time today, so I won't go off into them unless somebody specifically asks me about them. But they're in here, they've been shared with you since earlier today. Again, I'm asking you, my colleagues, to think about what it would mean if somebody had to advocate on behalf of you like this. And I'm asking you to stand in support of these disabled workers as we move forward collectively as a board to send a message along with our colleagues in our other departments to make sure that they adhere and follow the guidelines of the different entities in place and the people that make this decision, which we are all clear here is not us. But again, what are the platforms for if you don't use them to advocate for others? So we're, again, standing here sending a message collectively to the other departments in place to do this kind of work on behalf and solidarity with our disabled workers here in the city of St. Louis.
Further discussion, Alderman from the 23rd.
Yes, two things. One, add my name, and then I would like to make a motion that we do this in bank. Objection. Okay, add my name.
Madam Clerk, please make note of that. Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 17th? No. Okay. Alderman from the 5th.
Board, I would ask the clerk to add my name to Resolution 168.
Madam Clerk, please make note of that.
So noted.
Alderwoman from the 4th. I can never see you through this poll here. And the poll is like right in the line of sight. There was an objection. Okay. Please add the Alderwoman from the 4th. Alderman from the 11th.
Thank you, Madam President. I just would like to add my name as a sponsor as well. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please make note of that.
So noted.
Alderwoman from the 19th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I just stand with concern. I am absolutely positively in support of people receiving appropriate care, guidance, and training. But what I don't agree with is not having fair hearings. So as we went out of our way to invite all these other people, we should have invited the folks that we were talking about. And the average citizen does not look at Facebook or anything else and most especially not pertaining to us and what we do here. And if you are in that much of a conflict with an entity, they should have been there at the hearing in order to defend or at least have an opportunity to bring appropriate data and or others who also could tell all of what needed to be known. So, and I can say that with authority. I can say that because not only did I work for Department of Health, I carried a special needs caseload, and I've been involved with it for a number of years. And I also worked with my family members who also needed support. And I worked for 8 years in learning all of the various different parts of healthcare on a state level, which is where most of this happens. No individual entity or business entity is allowed to make some of the decisions that were talked about in this hearing. But we opened a clinic in Tampa, Florida, my father and I follow healthcare very closely. And so at the end of the day, it was only fair that that company should have been present, and that was our job to do that. It was no one else's job. And if we had all these concerns, and I never heard anybody say that they had actually talked to them. And so that bothered me as well. I listened to the hearing, but what made me listen to the hearing was the letter that I saw in my email. And I know most of you all probably didn't have a chance to see it as soon as I did, because I don't have a goldfish or nothing I'm responsible for but me. So I sit there at home hurting every day and reading emails and text messages and social media. So it popped up and I saw it right away. I know you have the votes for it to pass, I know that, but I'm voicing my opinion that we have to do better. And it's obvious based on what we've dealt with today that we're becoming a unionized board, and that's how we'll be working. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 6th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I just wanted to rise in support of my colleague from the 26th and thank her for bringing this critically important issue again to our attention. Many of you were down here when we argued minimum wage here in the city of St. Louis a number of years ago, and disability advocacy groups and individuals brought to our attention the fact that sheltered workshops pay sub-minimum wage. This is an archaic, outdated, and inhumane practice. There are absolutely ways. Our own federal government doesn't allow contracts to pay sub-minimum wage anymore. This falls exactly under the same thing. There are all these scare tactics that get brought up, like people are going to lose SSI, SSDI, Medicaid. That's just not the case. There are ways to work around that. I was incredibly troubled by the letter that we received from Challenge Unlimited, basically taking big corporate tactics about the individuals who are trying to unionize. Workers absolutely have the right to unionize. I think many of us here at the Board of Aldermen, I think the preponderance of the people here at the Board of Aldermen support unionization, especially when it means protecting some of our most vulnerable residents. And I would push back on the fact that Challenge Unlimited did not know that there is something happening at the Board of Aldermen. It's been covered in the press, and I received an email from them on January 12th indicating that they knew that something was happening. And so it's not incumbent upon us to make sure that we invite every single last stakeholder to the table. Those folks should be paying attention, especially if they've already been put on notice. And so just thanks again to the Alderwoman from the 26th, and I'm looking forward to voting for this today.
Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 8th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I just wanted to echo the last statements of the Alderwoman from the 6th as well. We received an email from Challenge Unlimited the day that the resolution was introduced. So they were very aware that this conversation was happening, that we were going to be moving forward with a hearing. And there's been notice, we've had marches, we've had demonstrations. This has been going on for quite a while since the unfair termination of one of the employees. And so I'm grateful that we have a lot of attention on this. I hope that as we go forward in contracts, as they get awarded in the city, that we're not just taking the cheapest thing that comes in front of us, that we're looking out for workers' best interest. And if it's true that they are terminating a contract, then I really hope that whoever is awarded the contract next makes provisions to hire those workers. The workers should never be the people that suffer in these types of situations, and it's clear that there are harms that need to be remedied here. So thank you, Alderwoman from the 26th, for bringing this resolution.
Alderwoman from the 1st.
Madam President, members of the board, if the Alderwoman from the 26th would yield.
The Alderwoman from the 26th yield to questions from the Alderwoman from the 1st.
Yes.
You may proceed.
Thank you. So I have not been abreast of this because this was during the time when I was really sick when this stuff was going on. So I'm not abreast. So non-union janitors and people with disabilities are treated differently at the 22nd Judicial Circuit Court is what you're saying, right? Is that correct?
That was the testimony we received, yes.
Okay, and so the people who run the courts now, who wanted to run the courts, is the judges.
Mm-hmm.
The people who are in charge of making sure that that our laws are fairly interpreted. Is that not correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, so because there is this Missouri unemployment law that does not apply to service performed by a facility conducted for the purpose of carrying out a program of rehabilitation. But if they're working in the courts, that's not a program, is it? So I'm trying to understand how that works, because if they're an employee with the courts,
They're an employee with Challenge Unlimited.
They're employed with Challenges Unlimited, and then they just work for the courts.
It's a contract.
Contract, okay.
Absolutely.
But they're working at the courts, aren't they?
They're working at the courts as an employee of Challenge Unlimited through a contract.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, okay. Okay, so they look at that as a program of rehabilitation for individuals whose earning capacity is impaired by age or physical or mental deficiency. So do you know how long this Missouri revised statute goes back? Do you have any idea?
No.
Or even why it was implemented in the first place?
No, but I can find out, or I can ask for you.
Okay. And so why, I disagree with the Alderwoman from the 8th or the 6th. I do believe that you always invite the opposition. That is from my court days. You don't get to just show up. You actually have to do notice. If you're the prosecuting attorney, or if you're the public defender, or you're a defense attorney, you do have to notice up, and you don't just get to show up and present your side of the case. So have anybody had any conversation with Challenges Unlimited about what's going on?
Yes, they sent us notification prior to this when they were having demonstrations, as of last year, as a matter of fact. And to our point, we can look in our emails and see we received letters from them back just less than a month ago when this resolution was introduced.
Okay, and what is their position on this? Can you tell me?
I would encourage all of us to go read the emails. The emails are disturbing personally because they almost blame the disabled workers in some ways. And again, I know some of the variables are changing, but I think to Alderwoman Davis's point about us moving to the future, I think we should stand collectively as whatever you want to call it, in solidarity with any kind of discrimination against our workers here in the city of St. Louis. And knowing, we all are aware that we know we don't sign the contracts. None of us sit in E&A, but we do have a voice, we do have a responsibility, and we do have a platform to be able to advocate on behalf of them.
So, but I'm going to see if I can get it, and I will read the letter. I'll go back and look for it. But what is their reply? What are they saying? I'm just asking you to give me a synopsis.
I'll just give you instead of going down that path, I'll say their reply is that they did not ask to renew their contract.
They did not ask to renew. And how long is their contract, do you know?
June 30th.
Okay. And have the judges weighed in any at all on this?
No, not publicly. Not
okay.
publicly.
Well, then that's all. Anything that's behind closed doors is not weighing in. Okay, so even if they were not renewing their contract, then we have the members of the E&A that can not renew their contract also. So they don't have sole authority to keep that contract going. There's no clause that you know of that automatically renews if they don't not renew. Do you know that?
Right.
Okay. And I'm just trying to understand why anybody would treat disabled people differently.
Me too. Me too, Alderwoman Tyus.
So I need to read the letter. But I agree with Alderman from the 19th. I think we should always invite the opposition in so that they can give their side. Even if you don't agree with it, it makes it a more fair balance so that people don't have that as an argument about why they weren't there. They may be following it and not know how to access the Board of Aldermen, and I can't say that that's true or not. I know that with our new agendas, we got so much stuff on it, I can't hardly find out when the hearings are, okay? So, you know, everything says, and read the rules of Board of Aldermen, and then you hit on the links, so they may not know. So sometimes people actually have a reason that we don't know, because this is probably a long-standing rule that they, as I recall, when we were down here before, it was some things that they thought they were protecting people. And outlooks and views have changed about the disabled over the years. And depending on how long this law has been in place, it could have started out with some well-meaning people who it just doesn't carry water in this day and age. Do you know about when this email was sent? Do you know?
Which email?
You said that they sent an email out. I want to see if I can find
They
it.
sent one when we first introduced the
back.
resolution back in June, but they also just sent an additional one a couple of days ago after the hearing.
And who would it have been from?
Challenge Unlimited.
Okay, so I'll try to read that one. But I do know that things change over time, and people sometimes are well-meaning and thinking they're being well-meaning, and they're not anymore. The terms that we even use now are different about people. We used to call them disabled, and, you know, we've changed all the terms. Witness my trying to get straight about LBGTQ, because it keeps changing. Even with black people, I have people say to me, well, you used to want to be black and now you're African American, and sometimes things change and people don't have a bad intent. They just haven't kept up. So I'm going to try to read this really fast. Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 26th, you're recognized to close.
Thank you. I renew my motion.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 26th, seconded by the Alderman from the 12th, that we adopt resolution number 168. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
That's the extent of second reading, resolutions, committee reports, and adoptions.
Miscellaneous and unfinished business.
We have none.
Announcements.
Monday, February the 6th, HUDs will have a meeting at 9 a.m. Streets will have a meeting at 10 a.m. Long-Term Healthcare Special Committee will have a meeting at 3 p.m., all are via webinar. Tuesday, February the 7th, full board meeting 10 a.m. in the chambers. Wednesday, February the 8th, Public Safety will have a meeting at 1 p.m. via webinar. Thursday, February the 9th, 2023, HUDs will have a meeting at 9 a.m. Special Transition Committee to the 14 wards will have a meeting at 11 a.m., all via webinar. Friday, February the 10th, 2023, full board meeting 10 a.m. in the chambers. That's the extent of the announcements.
Any further announcements? Any further announcements? Alderman from the 25th? No announcement. Alderwoman from the...
I can make an announcement. I would like to schedule Transportation and Commerce Committee hearings for every day next week at 9 a.m. I'm kidding. I don't have any announcements. Thank you.
Okay. Alderwoman from the 1st.
I'm sorry, Madam President. I was trying to read that letter. Did you say streets is Monday? I don't want people showing up Wednesday. Everybody in on Monday. Okay, not Wednesday that we use, because I'm not having a Wednesday meeting. So I'm trying to have it before we have our meeting on Tuesday. So if you have something, don't then say I thought it was on Wednesday. It is Monday.
Any further announcements? Any further announcements? Alderman from the 25th, you are recognized on the motion to excuse.
Thank you, Madam President. At some point in time or another throughout the course of our meeting, all alder people have been present.
Yay!
It may not appear like it, Alderwoman from the 1st, but they were.
They were here. Alderman from the 25th, you are recognized on the motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we adjourn until Tuesday, February 7th, 10 a.m. in the chambers.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 25th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 6th, that we adjourn until Tuesday, February 7th. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion carries. We are adjourned.